Thanks. My other cat, she's never climbed up the steps before. Alrighty, how we doing? And little Rexy is coming in too. There he is. Hanging out. Everyone's doing good. It's very warm today. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm feeling pretty good. Ready to get stuck in. I was doing a little bit of prep beforehand, just for the stream. Checking a few things out. We're going to be diagnosing some issues. Hang on. Rex, hey. Hey. And he loves to dive on her. Feel bad for it. So he, like our little cat Rex, he likes to jump on Jinx, and she doesn't really like that. They do play a little bit, but sometimes he just pushes it too far. Have to give him timeouts. We put him in the cage. Whenever she, because sometimes she'll, like, you know, make a noise, and he still keeps going. It's like, no, you gotta stop, man. No means no. Anyway, other than that, though, they are getting on fine, generally speaking. Because she'll come straight back, which is a good sign. Anyways, enough about cats for the moment. Hello, welcome. We're back. Satisfactory, continuing, doing a bunch of things. I was having a look over the, like, what we were doing yesterday, and then seeing what we could do in the save, I guess, today. And there's just problems everywhere, so I'll try to remain focused, but there's a few things I wanted to get done first, which is in the adaptive control unit factory, like the electronics factory. Need to adjust a few things there. They're running short on copper sheets. That's because I believe the copper ore is running out, because I never increased the miners for the ore coming into the factory. So to do that, we have to basically... the to-do list is gone. I don't know why that happens. And I don't know how to make it reappear. It just kind of does sometimes. Maybe photo mode. I've definitely... Or maybe getting in and out of a vehicle. That could be it. Because I've definitely seen it come back mid-stream. I just don't know what the trigger is. No. Well, I made a to-do list and it's just not showing. Maybe we'll just back out and come back in. Just to see. Anyway, the to-do list did say something like... We're going to go to the electronics factory, increase the amount of copper sheets that comes in, do a few upgrades, and then go to the aluminum factory and test a few things there too. That's basically it. Good morning, good morning. Hello. Whew, warm. Welcome to the soothing afternoon tones of Radio Darren. Hello. Hello, Duraman. 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 It's Philly. Hey, it's Philly and Griffin, of course, and Verathor. And anyone I missed. Ace and DJ earlier on. Bill. Vaderstan. So 3 water extractors to 8 coal generators. Mark 1 pipes. How is it possible? How's it possible? You create a loop. 3 water extractors would be 360 water, right? But a Mark 1 pipe, if you filter, if you have 3 like this, 3 pipes going onto a main pipeline like this, and it's going around, you know, the 120 is going that way, 120 is going that way, and 60 is going that way, and 60 is going that way. They're kind of like splitting and going around. That's how you do it. You can't do it in a dead straight line. Makes sense. Yeah, to-do list still not there. I don't know how you make it appear. It was there when I loaded in earlier. It'll come back. It always does. Just don't know. Why. All right. I'll just have to remember what I was planning on doing. So the first thing was that... You having a problem, sir? Autopilot's on. Jesus Christ. Alright. Anyways, yeah, speaking of tractors and trucks, don't crash. We're gonna head down and increase. So I have to automate... that was always... I need to semi-automate supercomputers, just so I can build a few more additional Mark 3 miners and just upgrade a few belts out where the miners are for the copper. Because I'm noticing every truck that's leaving is empty, which is great. You know, they've got the ore coming in, they got nothing going out. Which is kind of what you'd want. But it means that our top belts are actually empty. And the top belts are the ones that need ore to do copper sheets. If you remember, they are G and N blocks. So they need ore, but we haven't increased the ore throughput enough to fill those ones. So we're running short, basically. We're starting to run short because our demands have gone up, but I haven't increased the source, so I don't think I need to add more trucks. I think I just need to increase the miners that exist. There should be enough trucks already, but if there needs to be more, no big deal. So that's the first job. The first job is going out to the various mining sites. We'll go in order. They're numbered, so might as well just go in order and see if we can upgrade each one. So the first one is over here, I think. That's 3, 2, 1. Okay. Now I need to semi-automate supercomputers, but we'll go to the hub first and see. We do have 3 milestones that we haven't unlocked yet. And there's a few people saying that they think I've unlocked everything, but I wasn't sure myself, but it turns out no. There's nuclear power, there's hazmat suits, and one other one, I think. It's all falling apart. I know, yeah. It's like trucks are just like, I mean, that was crazy yesterday. I don't know if you were here, but truck was just literally driving in the air. That was really funny. But it's, yeah, it's weird. I was playing this morning for like 30 minutes, just checking on things. I didn't see any issues. You load into the stream and just immediately things are going crazy. Not that any of this matters, but, or like that we need to do it immediately, but yeah, drones would be good to get going as well. I'd like to set up the drones for the turbo fuel factory. So we can plug in some of this stuff. I found my container full of all those things I left. We'll have to wait for motors to come back up a bit more. And then aluminum casing, I think we've got. Cool, we'll just wait for motors. Anyways, yeah, I'll just build a little manufacturer here. A little temporary one. Supercomputer, please. Here we are. Oh, I'm missing some sloops. Can't remember where they are. I had 8. Must have used them yesterday somewhere. Obviously temporarily, but yeah, don't remember where. Classic. Oh well. Right, so got 23 actually, it's not too bad. AI limiters, computers, plastic. Okay. Well, we have the AI limiters. Got loads of computers now. We fixed that up yesterday and doubled the production rate almost. Slightly under double. Alright, we're in business. If anyone remembers where those summer sleeps are, let me know. Am I missing? No, they're here. I was gonna say, am I missing as well the power shards? But no, we're good on that. Alright. What up, Jabazuki? Are we, what? Yeah, okay, cool. Jabazuki, the joys of Satisfactory indeed. Martin. Don't forget the biomass burners, the most important milestone. Is that some sort of joke? What? Biomass burners, the most important milestone. There's no milestone for that, obviously. I was just wondering, like, is there some other meaning to that? It was a joke. No, you don't have to be sorry. I'm just, like, too straight down the line and dry to get anything, I suppose. Yeah, nuclear power, though. Tempting. Very tempting. But maybe after, because, how much do we have now? I've got room for about, what, 20,000 megawatts of consumption? Could look into ionized fuel. Some people say it's not worth it. It'd be nice just to make everything at some point. Right, so while we're waiting on that, we can start going around to these various things. I'll just see, do I have what I need? So Mark III, yeah, we have 3 fused modular frames. So I'll be able to make, or sorry, enough for 3 miners. This is where coal is grabbed from. But to my right, there's an extraction. Okay, we'll get all the ones in the south then. They all feed the same truck station, so I don't necessarily need to upgrade all of them, but it'd be nice to. This is the one down here. Oh, there's 2 down here, actually. That's a miner Mark 1. Wow. Talk about lazy. Damn. I mean, it is impure, I suppose. Might not be the best one to be upgrading, but just do it while we're here. 300 per minute. Alright, what do you got? Same thing, is it? Yep. All right, 600 per minute. I mean, that was at 120 and 75, so it was less than it was 200. Now it's 600. Yeah, good. All right, we can do one more, and then I'll need to make more fused frames, which we can also semi-automate. It's already been semi-automated up on some cliff nearby. We'll go to copper extraction number 5. Get that one done. I take it all back. No, it's okay. It was just a terrible joke, honestly. No, I'm joking. Oh, these have 2 as well. That's... Hell yeah, trucks. Trucks, never have a problem with trucks. Trucks are the best. Certainly no issues with trucks, and everyone should use them at scale all the time. Maybe we should take care of a few things like automating these, and also... Remember, I think weapons I don't have yet, or anything like that, so that might be a good middle step as well before doing bigger space elevator stuff. Like, take care of all the little things. $600 per minute. Love to see it. And this one as well. So I don't have the fused modular frames for this, unless... No. Right, so we'll go and take care of that next. Ooh, dismantle crate over there. Have to go get that. Let's go for a drive. Instead of hopping around all the time. It would be nice with drones to set up the liquid biofuel properly as well. So we can actually distribute it. I'm in lurk mode today, no worries. Hey, Brian. If I may say though, the first couple of videos were so helpful, but then all of a sudden the pace got really fast, which I understand because you explained you were doing this. But do you have a Let's Play series where you take your time so I can learn more? Yeah, kind of. The Update 8 playlist, if you go to my playlists on the channel, and then Update 8, it's this world. And there's like maybe 20 videos, and it's a little bit slower paced. But it shows you the floor plans of all the buildings as well. That was like the big thing with this one. I was trying to make sure that everyone could build everything. But then I just felt like this took so much time that in my newest desert series, I was like, I'm gonna just start speeding up then. So this will maybe be a little bit slower pace for you then. This is the world that it's from, actually. I stopped doing videos eventually, so it's about 20 videos. Gets you to the it gets you at scale. If you don't mind building big, it'll certainly give you a lot to do. It gets you to adaptive control units and like finishing off phase 3, I think it is, on the space elevator. And then that's kind of it. Then we decided to stream it eventually. So it stopped being a video series, and now it's turned into streams. It was also before update 1.0, so the thing I wouldn't be explaining in it is there's no dimensional depots, and just other things with 1.0, so just bear in mind that it's like not entirely optimal. But in terms of the factories and where they're built, I think like 90% of them are totally doable, as in like the resources didn't change or the recipes didn't change. Only the ones towards the very end of the playlist, as far as I'm aware, they've changed slightly, but everything else you're fine. So the first 10 videos, let's say, you're totally good to go. If you are watching that though, just one other piece of advice would be, early on I built this coal power plant and I built it really big, and now there is a big geyser in the middle of this lake here. I wasn't there before, so you can still build it, you can clip through it and everything, it's no problem, it doesn't matter. But I would probably just advise not building that coal power plant. Like, it's fine, it works, it's in my world, it works, but it's a bit too big for what it does, because the idea was that you upgrade everything over time. It's like, okay, we're going to build this, assuming that eventually we'll have a really fast belt speed, and eventually we'll just upgrade it. But with coal power, it doesn't really make sense to do that, because if I was to upgrade it now, right, like to Mark 5 belts that I just unlocked way into the game, like keep upgrading it, you're only getting like 2,000 or 3,000 more megawatts of power, and we have a factory doing 50,000. So it's like, it becomes such a trivial number to like focus any time on. You really don't need to upgrade coal beyond like Mark 3 belts, really. So anyway, just long story short, I think the Update 8 series would be a slower pace, probably better guide if you feel like the desert one's gone too quick. However, note that the coal power plants, I would maybe just try to do your own, or do the one from my desert series just in the Blue Crater or somewhere else. That would work perfectly for you. And then just note that, like, yeah, towards the very end of that playlist, certain things change. And the idea is building at scale. So, I don't know. Tips-wise, it's probably easier, but, like, scale-wise, it's probably more difficult. But, yeah. Anyway, that place makes for a wonderful plastic and rubber factory down by the Blue Crater. Yeah, with the oil down there and everything, if that's what you mean. Can you post more about Rex? I do post on my Twitter about him a little bit, and then I do in Discord. I just don't want to post on YouTube. It kind of hurts, like, algorithms and stuff to post about stuff, like, in the community. He was here at the beginning of the stream. No, he's in the other room. It's just me in the apartment at the moment, so they're wandering around together, the two cats. But honestly, I know there's not much of an update, to be honest. He's just doing his thing. I know people want to see him, which is nice. If I just grab my phone here real quick. I could just share a few photos again on the stream. A couple so people can see him. I'll just send them to my cloud thing. Just because a few people have asked, so I'll just have them ready for it later. One or two of Jinx as well, of course. Alright. Save to files. I mean, these are on iCloud, so I think they're technically on my PC anyway, but it's usually easier just to send them to a specific folder. Yeah. Okay. They'll be on the PC in a minute. If anybody knows what I have to do to get the to-do list to reappear, let me know. Because it's just gone, and it comes back sometimes. Like, I remember looking at the stream yesterday, it was gone most of it, and then it just came back at some point. So it's like, oh, there must be some trigger to get it to appear.
Milestone reached. Drones provide automated low-capacity aerial transport between drone stations. Stations need to be supplied with any kind of fuel for the drones to function. Fixit had several restrictions in place prohibiting creative use of drones.
Yeah, I would say the Update 8 series, I do take my time a bit more. Or at least show more of the process, so that might help. That's interesting feedback, though. You know, I see that a few times. I wonder what it is about the Desert series that feels like, at least for me, the things I skip over, I felt that it's like, well, I've showed this before. Multiple times. So I'm hoping, like, by now we get it. And I don't need to, like, necessarily spend too long on it. But, yeah, clearly, a few people feel insufficient. I'll just make a couple more of these and we're good to go. Actually, we'll just leave that now for a little while. Gonna go to the... where we make the fused frames really quickly. It's just like a nitrogen gas deposit that we have to tap. I've already increased some of the copper. Like, the problem might be fixed, but I'd like to just make sure we do it to all of them if we can. But you don't have to second guess or wonder. If only you knew the true value of your videos for new players like me. Thank you, yeah. In some ways, that's great to hear. It's awesome. I've seen a few people on Reddit recently talking about me and on Satisfactory, and they were like, oh, it's great, you know, I watched like a few videos and then when I learned the game I just stopped watching, or like when I knew what to do now. It's like great for guide content, and then it's like now that I know how to play I just moved on. It's like, oh. But yeah, I'm a bit slow to upload as well. I think that's part of it. It's like, okay, I could either wait like 5 days for the next video or I could just play the game now, I think, which is understandable. But yeah, no, I see a lot when on my name crops up a lot on Reddit, which is really kind of people to mention me and say like, whenever there's a post where it's like, oh, what YouTuber do you recommend for beginners? I'm always in the conversation, which is really, really kind and very flattering. It's very nice that people I guess recommend me. Alright, so again, just kind of temporarily we're making stuff here. Keep this going. Oh yeah, there's 4 here. 4, 5, 6. I'm still missing 2. I must have put in somewhere. At least 2. Anyways, the red forest is where I have my rocket fuel into. Ah, right. I see, yes, yeah. I'm sorry, Laszlo. I don't think you're converting me to trucks. They just don't look right compared to trains. No, totally. They're not as satisfying as trains. There's no doubt about it. They're just quicker to make. Quicker to make, and they do... Look, I personally, like, genuinely, I know trucks especially are messed up. Tractors, I think, are good. The point is, like, moving things by road, I think, if you're playing the game now, you don't really unlock trains, for, in my opinion, for quite a while. You know, you need computers to be able to build signals. And then you need a lot of steel to build a lengthy track. It's easier than ever with 1.1, especially to build rail now, which is really good. But I still think, like, you could be 50 hours in before you do it. Even if you're, like, trying to rush towards, like, if you're a newish player, I don't know, it seems like it would take a while. So I'm just here to spread the good word of, like, don't be afraid to use trucks and tractors. Like, they're pretty good, you know? They follow their path and do their thing. When you're in the area, they look really weird, or they can do, especially for a lot of people the way they drive. But they can be really glitchy looking. But they do work. They carry stuff from A to B. There's no buffers needed. It's a relatively easy to learn thing and do. But it's a pain, right? They're not editable. So it's a pain to have to readjust the route. You kind of have to set it and then hopefully never change it again to get the best out of it. They've got loads of drawbacks, and I like trains. It's just that I feel like a train line, to me, is quite a big commitment. Unless you're just building it, I suppose, on the ground. And maybe it's just a single track or something. But when you're doing, like, junctions and parallel tracks with signals, to me, as someone who's not someone who plays a lot of, like, train games, that it's a lot to think about and a lot of time that has to go into it. And the placement of it. So I kind of think it's like, look, you could spend 5 or 6 hours building a good train line, or you could just drive a truck route in 10 minutes. That's kind of how I often feel about it. Because people in my desert series are like, oh, why don't you... Because I'm just building a factory. It's got 6 truck stations. And if we have a look at what it's taking in. Thank you, Jabazuki. By the way, appreciate the super chat. Really do appreciate it. I'm a mine engineer in real life. Turning haul trucks at mines into full autonomous units. That's fucking awesome, by the way. So the fact that I can play with trucks and tractors in the game is really awesome. That's really cool. I know every job has its, like, it's probably not amazing or it's a bit mundane sometimes, but that sounds cool to me. Yeah, just one thing I just wanted to show really quickly. And I'm not trying to convince anyone really. You know, play with whatever you find easiest or works best for you. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, Oasis. And then the copper electric factory. Right, so this stuff is being driven in by trucks. That's 6 truck stations. You know, it's a lot. Oh, it's actually 5. And the 6th one is fuel. This one's not a truck station. But anyway, people were like, why don't you just build a train? Right? And it's like, you want me to build a train for 2 heavy modular frames per minute? That just seems crazy to me. I think so. A whole train line? Like, a train line would take hours and hours. To me. To make it look in any way decent. For 30 steel pipe for 2 heavy modular frames. But I think people are kind of binary with it. It's like, well, either build a long belt or something like kind of like that. And also the distance isn't that long. It's like, yeah, it takes like a minute to drive the route. Now that'd be a really long belt. Or you could drive it in a minute. And it's 2 per minute. It's perfect. You know, I think it's perfect. Now the wire, 215 per minute, and the plastic, you're getting into train territory there a little bit. I would say anything over, like, typically anything over about 500 per minute, depending on the distance, should probably be a train. But if it's within a minute drive and still only around like 500 per minute or something, then a truck is fine. I am pushing it in this world where I've got, like, you know, a fleet of trucks delivering, I don't know, it's like 8,000 ore per minute. So it's extreme. It's probably the most extreme anyone does with trucks, really. Everyone seems to hate them. I mean, it does work. And I couldn't have built trains that early. This was operational from very early on. But anyway. How do trucks get resupplied with fuel? You get one truck to pick up coal and deliver it. So let's say you've got I could just show you in a minute anyway, because we have it all over the place. But do you build your roads? You know, roads are going to whatever place, to different factories. And let's say this is our factory. This is one of our factory destinations here. So we'll just color it like red. That's the factory. Everything else is a road. That actually works. Do that. It's our road. So, yeah, I don't know. Your trucks, whether you're on, let's say you're right-hand drive, most people are. You turn, you go in, you come in, and you drop off whatever it is. And then you go out, and you leave, right? You go back where you came from. Great. Simple truck layout right there. Another truck will just follow the same route, but maybe instead of dropping off the thing here, there's another station here or on the other side, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Just another station, and that's the coal one. So the coal will then like feed all of the other truck stations in a line here. Any truck station that's like on this edge. And then every time they come in, they just get refueled and go back out. It's really quite easy. Quite simple. You just need an extra station dedicated to it. Now, a lot of people get confused or fearful because they're like, well, how much fuel do I need? How much are they burning? It doesn't really tell me properly. It's a bit random almost because you can't exactly tell how long the route's going to take. You just drive it and then the trucks do their thing. So that would be like a slight issue, I guess. If you want a stable power line. I mean, the answer is they use very little, which is good. All of my trucks, all of these, are running off of one coal node. And the coal node's not nearly at 100%. It's at like 20. The burn rate's really low. I don't know what they're burning. It doesn't matter. That's the thing. You just make enough coal and it just works, I guess. If they start running low, you just like increase the amount of coal. Normally what I use is liquid biofuel, which we'll do later. But at the moment I'm just using one coal node. And that's supplying everyone. Literally everyone. Everyone here is running on just coal. Everything you see moving. All on that one node. These ones that go all the way up here are getting their coal in here. Because it's being distributed up this way. So there's 2 trucks that deliver it. Anyway, I was just waiting for some things to be made. I suppose actually they just get made here anyway, don't they? So what are we lacking now? Casing? Just throw some casing back in. Am I blind? It must be. There we go. They'll have the other stuff. Alright, cool. I could actually increase heavy modular frames as well. Just to keep this thing rolling for a little while. Alright, that was just to make some stuff in the background. We're just upgrading a few of these miners. So all the roads and everything's in place. I just need to upgrade a few miners to make sure we deliver more copper into this. So recently we just went from Mark 4 belts to Mark 5. All of this factory was built with Mark 5 in mind. So now I just need to increase the various ore deposits and it'll just run better. I have to head back down to this one, right? Because we missed one down there, so kind of quick about that. Anyways, trucks, definitely the toughest part about them is recording the route as the road gets congested. Yeah, that's a good point. When you're driving on roads, you drive faster than the other trucks. That's so annoying. I don't know why that's the case as well. So you might feel like you're waiting behind other things. So yeah, that's true. That's not too big of a deal. Even with my truck layouts now, if you just match their speed though, which can just feel a little annoying, but if you just kind of match their speed, no problem. Like, just drive behind them, you know? I know it feels a bit slow sometimes, but then it would work. Or you could always just wait to... you could pause the autopilot on the other trucks if they're in your way or something. I know there could be a lot, though, depending on it. What's really the pros of going with trains instead of trucks? The pro of a train is remote access. Any train station, you can affect the timetable of any other train. As long as it's on the same rail line. So you can tell it where to go and stuff. If you wanted to. It just means that you don't have to okay, for one, you don't have to drive the route. You just have a station on one end, a station somewhere else, and then you tell it where to go. And it'll go there. And it'll just do that repeatedly. So number one, you don't have to drive the route manually. You just set the stations and then tell it where to go. If something changes, you can easily change that then. You just tell it to go to a different station or something else. You know, you don't have to find the truck, disable it, or re-record the route or something like that. Number 2, they don't visually glitch out, or they do a little bit, but very rarely. 99% of the time they won't. So they just look cool, they work, right? They're not bumping into stuff or hologramming through walls or anything like that. So physically, they look a lot better. A drawback is that they need buffers. So when the loading and unloading process happens, they pause. Like the belts coming out of them stop. So that's a slight drawback, but it can be solved if you just know about it and then build a little bit more freight carriages. What else? They don't need fuel. So they just run on power. That's a big one. You don't have to like set up another thing to get it working. It just works if you have the power. You can also schedule them better. While you can tell a truck to wait in terms of seconds, you can say like wait 5 minutes at a station. What you can actually do with the train is say just leave when you're empty or leave when you're full, whatever it is. So you can actually like schedule things to be a bit more efficient that way. Those would be the benefits, I think, the big benefits of trains. In my Update 7 world, my first playthrough for Satisfactory on YouTube, I have a huge train network in that game. So it's funny because in Update 8, and then in my world where I beat the game and stuff, I just didn't really build trains because I just felt like they take too long to set up. One of the biggest drawbacks though, for me anyway, with trains is if you don't know what you're doing signal-wise, your whole network can stop because they'll get like all backed up. Typically, if you mess up with trucks, you might deadlock 2 of them. It's quite rare to deadlock a load or something like that. I actually almost never see a deadlock. I would say never, but we did see one randomly in this world. Just really randomly. A route that was working for, I want to say literally 100 hours. It just randomly had a deadlock, and we couldn't figure out what it was. It was one got stuck behind another one, which is unusual. Deadlocks are usually when they collide at the front and they don't know how to get past each other. This was a situation where they collided from behind somehow, and that doesn't make any sense. So I think it was just a really obscure bug, and it just meant getting into one and hopping out, and it just worked. So I didn't change the route or anything. But if you know what you're doing with trains, you could make the same argument that's like, well, if you know what you're doing, you won't have any problems, right? So I had problems. Mine got locked down frequently. But yeah. And hey, Major. Sorry I didn't say that. Hi. And eventually I worked them out. I was doing weird, ambitious things with trains, though. I had like long trains of like 15 carriages moving oil from one part of the map to the other. So you can beat the game without trains. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, yeah. You can beat the game without trucks, trains, or anything. You could just use belts if you want. Ultimately, all a train or truck is doing is moving resources. You can move everything with no fuel or no energy or no logistics just by building belts everywhere you want to go. They don't need power to run, so that's the easier way to do it. In my stream world where we beat the game, I used a little bit of trucks, not that much, and then drones. I used a lot of drones towards the end. Drones are awesome. One more comment about trains: you can add multiple freight cars and carry a lot more items at once. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you could add multiple truck stops. So, in the copper factory there, I've got 4 truck stops on one route, all doing copper, and they just line up like in a manifold. We'll go in there in a minute. So I feel like that's kind of the same thing, but it's true. You can have multiple carriages and load and unload. It's definitely, trucks are better for high volume, especially. It's really tough though, because we've just built a big train network for our bauxite up here. So these trains are going around in circles. A freight car can only hold 3,200. It has 32 slots. So if you have a stack size of 100, you know, some items have a stack size of 50, some 100, some 500, right? And some 200. Those are all the stack sizes. Anyway, let's say that you're trying to do what I was doing, right? We have a miner that can operate at 1200 ore per minute. As 1200 would fill one carriage. What is it? 30, like I just said, it's 3200. So divided by 1200 in like 2.5 minutes. I could be wrong. Maybe it's 30. I always get these confused. It could be 3600. Either way, it's really short amount of time. It's not a good amount of time for a truck to, or a train to go from A to B anywhere, really. Because the loading and unloading time alone is like quite long. And they can't, their output stops during that time as well. So it's like, okay, so you have this extra little problem. Even though they are great at high volume, I would almost suggest just use a belt when you're dealing with a volume that high. Because otherwise, what you have to do is probably split it into 4. It's like, okay, I've got 1200 per minute coming out of a miner. I'm going to break it into 4 and send it into 4 carriages. Because then you'd have 1200 divided by 4. It'd be 300 per carriage. And that would give you a lot more time to move it around. But it just shows you like the scale that's needed when you start really like bringing up the volume. It creates like quite a logistical problem. Whereas you could just have a belt. But anyway, there's one dude playing, handcrafting everything you can. Godspeed, that guy. Anyway, for those who are just joining, I can't get my to-do list to appear, but we're just going to be solving some issues today. We advanced a milestone, just got drones. There's still nuclear power to advance, although that'll be easy enough, I guess. And then the hazmat suits. Could probably do that right now, actually. I need more gas filters. Get fabric. I probably should have kept some, actually. Oh, well. Quick wire and casing. I would like to clean up this world a bit more and just finalize, you know, making some ammo, getting our filters going. I think then we've got pretty much everything we need. Anyway, we'll make more of that later. So the next place to go upgrade. So I've done, that one's done. There was 2 down there. There's 2 down here. The next one is number 1. And that only has, I think, 1 or 2 nodes. No, it's only got 1 node. That's a quick upgrade. And then the other one, I think, only has 1. And that's all the copper hopefully upgraded. So, why am I upgrading the miners? Basically, we have our giant copper Caterium factory up there. It takes in like 8,000 ore per minute, or it can do. We've just reached a new a new belt tier. So with the new belt tier, we increased the belt speed inside, but we didn't increase the mining that's coming in. So they're running a bit short on copper ore right now. We need to increase it. And we do that by just going around to all these miners and increasing them, hopefully. Is that? Trucks don't, or the trucks don't need to change. They're all on the routes. No changes there. All right, 2 more places to go. How's the cat? Oh yeah, I actually just said I'd show some pictures in a second. 1 sec. He's good though. He's kind of, I mean, our cats are actually getting along pretty well. We're happy about that. But he is kind of bullying our other cat, just a little bit. Not too much. I think he just wants to play. He just wants rough play, because he's a boy cat. She's just not fully into that. But she does come back to him and kind of plays with him a bit. So we're trying to just tell, you know, teach him no means no. Like when she squeals, like a little fat pig, she's getting kind of fat, that cat. When she squeals or says, like, you know, hisses at him or something, he kind of keeps going for it. And it's like, no, you need to, like, back off. We're trying to, you know, you're supposed to let them figure it out a little bit. But if it gets a bit too much, we have to kind of break them up. And then minutes later, they're just hanging out again. So it's like, okay. But that's the only negative thing at the moment. But health-wise, he's doing great. He's, yeah, seems totally fine. He's insanely hungry, though, all the time. Like, I know he's like a kitten still. He's probably like 8 months old. Man, we fed him, and then like an hour later, he's like begging for food. And we gave him a lot. Give him more than we'd ever give our other 2 cats. And our other cat's fat. Or has become fat recently. Last year, she's kind of just gained weight. I don't know what his deal is. Hey, Mosh. Thank you, Nick. I think I did it right. I survived getting hit by a car. Now I can do what I please. Yeah, I guess so. Alright, we need more fused frames for these final 2, and then that's it. Those are pure nodes, I think, which is why they have 2 stations. The trucks are waiting there, are they? Oh. So my fuse frames, we just left them up here, so I just have to, actually, yeah, I just have to feed it manually until we can get enough. So I just need 2 more of those. We could get a little bit more if I wanted to increase the Caterium node as well. There's only one node for that, so wouldn't be too bad. Tell you what, while we're just waiting here, I know we talk a lot about the cat. Some people are like, enough about the cat, but I will just show him very quickly, and then we'll move on. I mean, I love him. I obviously talk about him all the time, but I'm weary of stalling too much. He's got a funny looking face. Sometimes he looks really cute, and other times he looks really weird, I feel like. That'd be him looking kind of weird. It's like Rosie was saying, he's got a real big nose, like a real wide nose. There he is, just chilling. This is our cat Jinx. She was just playing. There he is again. Just hanging out. He's still obviously waiting on his fur to grow back more. It's blending nicely. This is Jinx. That's Rex. That's where he looks a bit more normal. There. And that'd be him when he sits in front of me. So these were just taken in the last few days. You can see his eye, he has like the little gray kind of scar on the outside of it. But as you can see, like for the most part, it doesn't really block his vision. It might be like a little blur that he just kind of looks past. So it's like looking down, he looks quite normal. Looking up, he looks like kind of weird. Or funny anyway. Yeah, this is the two of them together. We don't put the harness thing on him anymore, but that was to constrain him because he was running around like crazy. But when he had that on, he would like walk a lot slower. And his limp is kind of died down now. Pretty much gone. Yeah, that was quite a while ago. These are the new photos anyway. Delete that one. Alright. Okay, anyway, so yeah, oh yeah, my OBS thing isn't working. My little buttons have to reinstall it. At pics and clips. My day is now golden for that, thank you, no worries. But yeah, no, they're doing well. So he has to go to the vet in like I think it's on May 8th, either the 8th or the 10th. And that's when he gets his x-ray, so he'll have to be knocked out for that. But then if, you know, judging on how that goes, they'll be like, yeah, okay, he's all done now. They might have to take, so he's got 2 metal rods in his leg, and they might take them out. Or they might just leave them. I kind of hope they take them out in a way. Because I feel like he's just going to grow. And if he grows, then there might be problems with it. So it's like, I don't know. They know best though, so. It's almost like an OCD thing for me. It's like, just take it out if it's not needed, you know? The only reason they would take it out is if they said the rods seem to be brushing up against another joint or something. Otherwise, they can just leave them there. Anyway, I'm good. Been following and mimicking your playthrough since episode 1. Thanks for all the help. No worries. Thanks for the kind words. Yeah, sleepy bones. Also, he was like an outdoor cat, so we were a bit worried that he'd be wanting to get out a lot. He is really interested in like looking out the window all the time. More than our other cats, like he's always like looking out. But doesn't seem to care. Like he doesn't paw at the window or meow or anything like that. He just kind of sits looking and then he sunbathes and just goes to sleep and stuff. So I think he's okay with it. All right. I actually slept last night. Nice. I got woken up pretty early today, but I got back to sleep eventually. It's up to the player. There are many ways to move liquids like a pipeline. Sorry, yeah. Let's back on the game now. Enough about the cats. For a while. Alright. Let's see what I missed in terms of the actual game. We'll just catch one thing. Hiss at him when he does that. Yeah, that's what I kind of growl at him, or what we typically do is like I'll growl at him or something and like kind of pick him up by the scruff of his neck gently and then pop him in his kind of cage for just like even 15-20 minutes. Little timeout session. So yeah, that's what we've been doing. Or Rosie will hiss at him. Anyway, I didn't see him overclock it either. I could go around each one of these and make sure. I thought I did, but okay. My cat is really talkative as Samar. He does, when he's getting food, he doesn't stop talking, but yeah. My cat's name is Rosie too, that's funny. Rosie is my girlfriend. She hisses at the cat when he misbehaves. Our two cats are called Jinx and Rex at the moment, and we had our previous cat was called Nyx. Apologies, I just got an email from my solicitor. We're trying to purchase an apartment, I just want to see. Oh, wow, okay. That's awkward. We've got no friends in the UK, and it's like we need to have someone witness a signature, and it can't be our lawyers, and it's like I actually don't think we have anyone. So, we can't be each other's witness, so it's like, okay, we're just gonna have to like ask. I don't know who we're gonna ask. A neighbor, I guess, maybe. Like, could you just watch me sign this? Invite a fan? That's funny. That's a notary kind of thing? I don't know. I don't really know what that means, to be honest. A notary, like, that's a job of someone who does that? A note of republics? I don't know. I've never heard of this. In Turkey, we pay people on the streets some money to be witnesses for loans. Yeah, so, I did have something signed, and the solicitors could be my witness, but they can't be the witness for this other thing, apparently. So, they didn't suggest anything in the email. They just said get a friend to do it. It's like, well, little problem there. We're losers. We're loners. How about that? Notary is to help prevent anyone signing anything under duress. Alright. I'll look into it then. I'll see what, yeah, we'll see what we could do. It was just I was hoping to do that today. We can't do it then. Let's try to find someone tomorrow. Don't know if the UK has that. Yeah, it'll be okay. I'm sure we'll figure it out. It was just it. That's just what came up just now. I do have one friend who lives in London. He could probably do it. Although he's not in the country right now, but anyway. Can't be the people we're buying it from, no. Plus, they don't even live there anymore. So we're moving upstairs, but they moved out. They've already moved into their other place. They needed to be, they kind of wanted to before April, because there's like a stamp duty increase or something. So they were like, we're just gonna like assume that this will be sold and purchase our other place before we have to pay like additional tax on it. It's like, okay. They were like, you're definitely gonna buy it, and we're like, yeah, we want it. We're ready. Like, been ready for 4 months now. But I totally get their perspective. It's like we could pull out, and then they'd be really screwed. A bit risky on their part. All right, I think that'll be enough. Yeah, cool. All right, let's go back. I'll make sure I overclock those ones. I really think I did, but you guys know best typically on these things. In the States, we have a service called Notary and Official. I'm assuming it can't be the people you're buying it from. Oh, sorry, I read that already. Just stop someone on the street. Yeah, so they have to sign it, give their name and address and stuff. I just feel like someone, you need, I don't know. Not anyone will just do it. We'll see though. I've lived here for 10 years. Don't have one person that I could get to do that. Like I said, I kind of have one. Just one. Rosie volunteers at a cat shelter. Maybe like, someone there will do it. Anyway, I watched someone on YouTube recently beat Satisfactory in under 9 hours. I'm still in phase 1 after 10. Well, if it makes any difference to you, it took me nearly 200 to beat the game. And I had already played 1,500 hours without ever beating it. Because I just restarted a lot. So, I wouldn't worry about it. 9 is extreme. 9 means you're running around to like... I presume anyway. Hard drive sites and picking up all these rare things, and then you're exchanging them for tickets. You're using the tickets to buy other things to advance the milestones. I assume that's what they do. Do I have any update on the development of Manderlords? Not really. Greg just put out an update just recently. Did you see that? Like a blog post on Steam? Shows you a load of stuff that's coming. That was just a couple days ago, so I don't really have any information that's like more recent. There's actually 3 nodes here, I didn't realize. Evan Roach, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. He's a speedrunner. I don't think he buys tickets, but he does run around picking up a lot of materials and hard drives. Go to the pub. I haven't been in a pub in maybe 3 years. You need to check the overclock after you upgrade the miner. Yes, I have to overclock it afterwards. I didn't upgrade it yet, so that's why I didn't overclock it. Like the first time. So it's upgraded now. I'll upgrade this one and then I'll assign them their speed. And then we'll see how much they're putting out, and then we adjust the belt. That's my workflow. This must be a little impure node next to it, is it, or something? I don't really understand why it's been done this way. I wonder what was one of these nodes changed. They're all doing 600 per minute. I don't mind it, but you should just split this into the other one, I think. Probably be better. I'm gonna wait for the autosave. Alright, at least now they're getting the same amount. I mean, the trucks hit both anyway, but it would likely prevent them stalling quicker. Okay, they're all correct, right? All upgraded? I think so. They might need more trucks. That's a long route for them to get back. If I recall, it's the longest route, so they might need 2 more. But other than that, I think we'll be okay. We'll check on them later. It doesn't really matter right now. It's not like super important, but it'll just, you know, if I look at the miners in the future and I see that they're running at like 70%, it's like, oh yeah, we need another truck then. Do you know what mods like Sky UI will be compatible with 1.1? As far as I know, none of the mods are compatible right now. I haven't checked in a while though, but I think the mod manager isn't even compatible. But I could be wrong. I thought I heard like the modders weren't going to support 1.1 experimental until it was out, just because it could change at any time. Because anytime they do a little update, it just breaks everything, so you just have to wait. I could be wrong though. Maybe some mods are. So let's see. Is this one up good? Yep. All right, so that's those two. I'm just gonna work my way back in the line, just make sure they're all done. Epiphane. Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah, I'm not playing the game to beat it anymore, you know, I'm playing it just to build interesting things. But it is interesting that you can do that. Wayne remind people to label their map properly. Something remind people to... I got two identical production lines. Based... I don't know what you're saying. Production lines. Oh yeah, how'd you do? Have you guys ever built a factory only to realize you already built an identical one a week ago? That's crazy if you did that. Remind people to label their map properly. I got two identical production lines now for phase 3 parts. That's really funny. I can't believe... I would honestly get that checked out though. Like, how could you not remember doing it? It takes so long. And if it was only a week, like months later, sure. But if you did it just a week before, that's crazy. Just making sure these are running correctly. It's the other one over here. Yeah, they seem to be... I don't think I made any mistakes. Looks like they're all running just fine. It must have been... Just because I visited that one, then people thought I was supposed to upgrade it. I didn't plan on doing that yet. We're all good, I think. We're all good. Oh, it was a month? Okay, well then it's a bit more understandable, yeah. I'm sticking with 1.0 because mods are supported. Yeah, totally. Yeah, that makes sense. There's no need to play... If you have mods... There's really no need to play 1.1 because there's no recipe changes or anything, right? It's mostly just the quality of life stuff, which mods are providing. Like if you're like, oh, I really wanted vertical nudge, it's like, well, you could just use the mod for it until it's in the game. I can't find any of your Northern Forest Let's Play stuff in your Google Drive. Any ideas where it is? Yeah, let me have a look. So, active series, old series. So it's an old series. Live stream series, Pandora. Blueprints, save files, color choices. Here we are. This would be the one. So you just have to make sure you go, when you go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory, select an old series, one that's completed. Maybe I should say completed series or something. Hey, Lisa. You know that space on the other side of the waterfall has opened up and become accessible. Any plans to expand it there? No, I did actually stop expanding to that point because that was as far over as I could go. So if I needed even more copper, like if we end up needing more, I could go that way. I could also just go further west. That was always my other plan, which is like it could keep pushing further out, like just out this direction. More cat stuff. We were talking about cats for a while. Thanks was on the camera. He was here before. You can bring him in though if you want. Yeah. Leave that open if you can. It's just so warm. How much power are you currently running in this world? So when we started up the live stream for this world, power was really kind of low, and then we built a rocket fuel plant. There was a turbo fuel power plant. So now we are at 72,000 capacity, and our max consumption, if everything was to turn on, we'd go all the way up to 50. My goal is to try to get everything to turn on. A lot of it was built for future consumption. A lot of it's offline, like on purpose, because we just unlocked that belt speed. So in some ways, it's like, yeah, I've got 50,000 not used. In other ways, it's more like, well, really, you've only got 25,000, depending if you... Oh my god, I'm stuck in the wheels. If you turn everything on. Damn Cara, thank you so much. 5 gifted memberships as well. Thank you. And that's gone to FU Huge, William W, Brian, Drew, and Chris. Thank you, Damn Cara. Appreciate that a lot. This is the truck setup, by the way, I was talking about. These are the copper trucks come in and deliver in a line. Sort of like a train. Like a weird train. So it'll drop what it can into this one, then it'll drop what it can to this, and so on and so forth. They're all set to the same time, so what the trucks will do is just wait behind each other as they constantly just continue to drop things off in each one of these. Help him out of the way there. He's unloading now, and that one will move forward, and then he'll wait. It's just the turn before the line, they can look a bit bumpy. But then they actually wait behind each other quite nicely. Or because I'm here, they won't behave at all. This is probably the more likely option. When you're out of the place and you just look at it, you see this super uniform line. And it's like, oh great, they're almost like a conveyor belt. And then obviously when I'm in the region, they're fucked, basically. This has become way worse though. And I think this update has made it way worse. Because in the video where we set this up, I sat here. And we did it. I did a time lapse, just watching it, and there wasn't all this chicanery. Like there was a little bit, but nothing like this. So I do feel like something's, and it's just trucks. Tractors are actually okay. But I'm seeing these guys are now like phasing through the truck stations and like ending up in the factory, and then they reset and like warp back out. It's like that. It just didn't happen before. So what? Like, what's the deal? Now it all still works. It's the important thing. But it would be nice to look good, or a little bit better. Anyway, so do we have ore on the top row yet? No. So this is what the goal is. It's to try to get ore up here. They're obviously running out before they get to this point. They're dropping so much into each one. What do you got in it? You got nothing left. You've got nothing left. You've got 2,200. You might be able to get something into the end one. There's another one coming in. Anyway, yeah, the goal is to have that last one get stuff out. These have been upgraded to be Mark V now. Although that's... Oh, that's okay, yeah. When you design factories, do you take the time to sit back and design before, or do you go in blind? I usually design like little segments and then I build the whole thing. They're all dropping off the same things, yeah. They can't all do it in one because this, I'll show you what this factory is like an extreme factory. Here's what it's doing. So this is the Copper Caterium factory. Copper group logic map. Right, so this is your standard group of copper. There's 4 of these. This is multiplied 4 times over, okay? Basically, we have a truck station, and out of that, we get 780 and 780 out of both. One line divides between 2 blocks. This is actually a block here, and this is a block. A block is made up of 26 refineries. The block is divided into a line of 13, and then another line of 13. So each one is doing 487.5 copper ingots. Oh, Rex is here as well, if you want. So Rexy, telling people he has a big... Good soul. Anyway, it's divided like this because of how water had to be divided and a few other things. So, yeah. Water, a group of 5 extractors goes into 2 blocks. You know, 520 water divided twice, etc. Anyway, so that's how that all works. So we've got four truck stations doing this in total. I don't know if there is a document or a thing to show the entire This might be it. This is probably outdated, but this is generally what it's doing. 4,800 now? Yeah, see, I don't know the exact amount even myself anymore. But something like 4,800 ores coming in, and that's making something like 12,000 ingots. I wouldn't worry about that, though. That was like early planning. Copper truck station setup. Yeah, we just looked at that. That's how the blocks are powered, because there's a power control room that allows you to turn on or off any block. And that's important. Or it was, because we didn't have the power to run the whole place. This place was built before we had the power or the belt speed to do it. But now we've got both, so now we're slowly turning it all on. That's the pipe logic and pump logic, because each thing has a remote controlled pump from the control room. Because you want to be able to fill the water first into refineries before the ore. So we have a shut-off system for the ore to just go into awesome sinks. And then when we want it to activate, we turn on the water, and then we release the belts to allow copper to flow. The truck stations are always flowing, though. They never back up. But it's harder and harder to get the last one full. So it's a complicated place. Hey, we got some ore there. It's working. It is working. We're getting ore in the last batch now. So now that the top belts have ore, oops, these are going to make their way all the way down to G and N groups, I think. As far as I remember, actually, the top belts don't need to be Mark 4 or 5. They just need to be Mark 4. The only well, there's loads of complicated things with this factory, but one of the weird inconsistencies is that each of these are going to their respective blocks. But the top 2 belts are going to half the amount than all the other ones are. Yeah, I just wonder, is there a document for me to look at for that? I can't remember if I ever made... I feel like I did, but I don't know where it is. Like the block logic. Maybe here? No. Let me just quickly go through these again. So copper Caterium. That's a block, and that's one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So each station does 4 blocks. 4, 8, 12, 16. But we've actually got 14 blocks in total. Yeah, that's it. Got it. So station 1, 2, and 3 all feed 4 blocks. But station 4, the last one on the station, just feeds 2. So because of that, it technically needs half the amount to come out. Which means that the last one, we don't want to actually use Mark 5 belts. We want to use Mark 4. Because otherwise, it'll just go into an awesome sink. And that's probably what's happening anyway. Let's fix it. We'll just make that Mark 4, and that can stay that way then. And just to get the right color, I'll just select that other belt. Anyway, can you explain how the block logic works and also the switch on? Yeah, we'll do that now in a second. I'll be going through this factory for a bit as we're ramping it up. So I'm just going to grab that belt. So it's just the top belts that need to be adjusted. What do you need this much copper for? It depends. I mean, this is the thing that people often ask. Like, how do you decide how much of something you need to make? Did I just copy a foundation? Sorry. And, you know, I beat the game making barely anything. I was like really low volume. Like, all the space elevator parts are made with 1 or 2 machines. But this is more just like a... The idea was, what if we grabbed all the copper in grassy fields, and then we just had one copper factory forever, and we never had to deal with copper again? Like, just one and done in a giant complex. It ended up being a lot bigger than I initially thought, but it wasn't built with a plan in mind. But if you're wondering what you could use it for, something that's in really high demand for copper is called copper powder toward the end of the game. And you need 200 ingots, I think, per minute for one machine. So you could probably use a lot in that. I'm actually already using like half of it in a variety of things, like quick wire and stuff. Yeah, just gonna upgrade these now. Or downgrade them, I guess, actually. Alright, so downstairs, this room doesn't look too good. This is the belt release room. Well, I'll show you first, actually, something else that might be more interesting. To give you an understanding of how it works. Alright, so in this room, this is the power control room. These control all the blocks. So let's say that we're dealing with blocks G and N. I just know that. Well, it's actually written up here as well for me, but we're doing G and N. So I'm going to now... yeah, well, actually, we'll leave the block on. It doesn't really matter, but we'll switch off the water that supplies them. No, sorry, not the water. I'm being silly. We'll switch off the belts. So G and N. Right, so that switch has been pulled now. So what that basically means is if we go back downstairs... Those belts that were previously coming down... so the ones that were coming down were these ones, I think. They're now going to be going into the awesome sink. But if you cut the power... Whoops, sorry. Let me just do this. If you cut the power to the awesome sink, the overflow splitter kicks in and it's allowed to go into the factory. So that's what those switches do. This is where I got a bit lazy. I mean, I know it's funny to say lazy, but I didn't make this place look good. It was kind of a work in progress concept and I just never ended up finishing it. But the power after the fact is actually really organized where they all go in the future. But this allows, you know, there's a power control room upstairs and these cable runners allow you to go to every block and turn them on and off remotely from one place. Because you do need to do this. And I knew I'd need to while I'm upgrading it, because it's going to be on and off and upgrading. But once it's on fully, you probably never have to do it again. At least that's the hope. But I built this when I had Mark III belts. It was built with Mark V in mind. I built it when I had 10,000 megawatts of power. It consumes 25,000 on its own when it's fully up and running. So it was always like an ambitious, like, oh, we'll use this in the future kind of thing. So anyway, that's how the belt release room kind of works. So what we can do is just switch that switch again, and that'll allow copper to come back out. So what you'll notice is these two belts are like empty, right? But when we pull that switch, they should be full. That's at least the idea. So it's called a belt lock. We're unlocking it, if that makes sense. If the lock is active, the ore doesn't go through. If the lock is not active, the ore does go through. And this is only needed because it's a refiner. So there we go, we've got ore coming up again. It just works. But there's a graphical glitch in the game at the moment, don't worry about that. Ore is obviously flowing again on the top belt, so it just works. Todd Howard approved. Anyways. A good idea, stealing that. No problem. No problemo. So the reason you do that is because of refineries. Refineries don't really work in manifolds properly because they need water. Liquids don't work in manifolds. They do if you fill the liquid in first. So the reason that there's even this shut-off system at all is so that we can say, like, okay, I'm going to switch on the water. The water will fill into that block. The way water is divided, it actually fills into multiple blocks at once. It doesn't really matter. But anyway, so we switch on the water. Now we can guarantee that the refineries have water first. If something gets messed up, we can always just shut off the ore, let it burn through all of that, you know, do whatever it's doing, and then just fill it with water, and then switch the ore back on. Also, I couldn't run the place at full power anyway, so I couldn't even have these switches on. So the other reason was like, yeah, we want to be able to turn off what we don't need. So this is the what's currently being used. So block H and I, everything makes copper ingots. It's all just copper ingots. There is Caterium in some of the additional blocks, but not on this list. there's like 3 blocks that are just Caterium, but that's separate to this. For now, let's just focus on copper. Even when you see Quickwire, that's using copper and Caterium. Anyways, right, so H and I have been designated. All the ingots that come out of these two go into the motor factory. J, K, D, C, B, and A, nothing. They haven't been assigned. We could turn them on, but they're just going to make ingots and go nowhere. It'd be nice to turn everything on, just have it go into awesome sinks, just so we could get everything running now. The other thing, then we have L and E. So technically, these are all called like L1, L2, and then it's like E1, E2. So sort of like this, right? N and G. We have G1, G2. These get made into copper sheets. So block G, G1, G2, block N. Nothing's used here, but here it is. And that was just because I needed a certain amount. We could make the other one do that too if we wanted to. So yeah, the X's represent what hasn't been assigned yet, I guess. Each block consumes 390 copper ore. Each block produces 487.5 ingots. Nice. I built this towards the end. Like, it was never fully done, I guess, the diagram or whatever. The idea was that diagrams would be on everything, so you could see what everything was doing. I just didn't have time for it. So these are the copper sheet blocks. They actually have their own... Because they're also using refineries, they're kind of unique in terms of... They're like a second set of refineries. So they have their own little control panel down here. They're called the S blocks. So, I don't know why. Sheets, I guess, probably. So the red ones control the 3 groups of refineries, the blue ones control their water, and the green one controls the belt release that goes into them. They don't release copper ore, though. That releases the ingots that are coming from the G and N groups. Are you following along? Anyways. Right, so what was it? I came in here for a reason before I started explaining all that. Oh yeah, well, we've increased the ore, and I've reduced the amount going down, so that should allow it to flow more continuously now to keep the copper sheets running. So, the problem here today was that copper sheet wasn't running, and that's understandable because it's actually the last belt to receive on the manifold of truck stations. Bit of I don't know why I did that, because there's other blocks that are earlier I could have assigned to do copper sheets, but for some reason I didn't, so that's just the way it is. Maybe past Darren had some reasoning. Anyway, it just means that unless we deliver the correct amount of ore into this place, those top belts are going to keep running out. Especially since the other blocks are just sending their stuff into awesome sinks. Like, they're just going into the ether. If they were all backing up, they would actually back the truck stations up and guarantee the ones on top are flowing and stuff. But that's not the way I've done it. It either all needs to be delivered for all of it to work, or it's not even an either. That's just what has to happen. Anyways. Right, so we can go up and look at the blocks really quickly if people want to see, and then we'll move on and check how our copper sheet is now doing. So these ones are the copper, just the Caterium machines. So these are called X, Y, and Z blocks, I think. Yeah, so X, Y, and Z. All the other ones are lettered from the beginning. Then we've got the glass case risers, so you can see these going up to where they need to do their thing. They're not running at 100% though yet. Then we've got all the copper blocks. So all the blocks are basically the same, right? There's 26 refineries in a line, so 13 and 13, all being fed from the bottom, all just like in lines, 7 in a line, and then another 7 in a line across from them. There's 14 in total. And then each group has their little glass cases so that we can see the stuff coming up. So if you remember from the diagram thing, what we have coming out, the other station setup one, which is not this one. This is why it's separated, because I couldn't put these two numbers on one belt. We could now that there's Mark 6 belts, but back then there wasn't. So this is a one block of 26 refineries, but it's split into 13 and 13 because what comes out could only fit on a Mark 5 belt. This is almost Mark 4, but it's slightly more. So 47 and 47. So these need to change now to Mark 5 belts if you want to see everything moving up correctly and want to activate all the blocks, which you could start to do. I'd need to hook up awesome sinks onto each one, otherwise they'll just back up anyway. You start from the top again, yeah. So that's pretty much it. So they're not all active. They're not meant to be. They're actually disconnected, a lot of them, or they've been cut. Their pipes have been cut so they don't get started. That's just because I couldn't use them all anyway. But now we can, so it would be nice to kind of do that. Ow. So I'm sorry it's nighttime, but what can you do? Yes, this is how everything was divided down at the bottom. Super Mario Lo-Fi. Right, so all those belts that you saw coming in, this is where they end up. and they get split, and then just make their way down the middle of like the 7 blocks that are up above me. So it's basically just like lines of the same thing over and over again, each with their like little letter. Let us know what they're doing. Now, the idea for this place was that we'll hook up a train station to it, and then send this to the aluminum factory. Not all of it, just some of it, because we need copper up there, and we're just building an aluminum factory now. So finally we'll have a use for about 3,000 copper per minute, so that'll be good. Make a good use of a couple of blocks, probably. I mean, if it... yeah, probably 2 blocks could be designated to go to aluminum, but it'll need a train station to do that. I'm not going to drive it, it's way too far. And the volume's too high. Trains are coming. Soon. Anyways, right, so that's kind of that. So let's follow the copper sheets. Now that I've increased their throughput, hopefully the ore keeps flowing. If not, like I said, we just need to put more trucks on it, because this should be enough, unless the purity changed. I should probably have gone around and counted how much ore we're actually bringing in, because I don't remember anymore. And just make sure that the math is mathing. I think it is. Right, so we need to go upstairs to the assembly floor. Right, so this is where the factory sort of grew organically. There's a kind of a connection bridge here where we go over into a new factory that was built across from it that does like electronics and motors. So it needs a lot of wire and quick wire. That's why it's connecting. Also, some of the ingots themselves, it's a graphical glitch. The ingots are actually traveling down. There's just a glitch with 1.1. You just have to rebuild the belt basically to fix it. I suppose I could do that now. Is that right? Yeah. This is a test. Let's see, does that one work? That doesn't seem right. Cut this here. I just wanted to get the color the same. There we go. That should be it. Yeah. So the logic is working. It's just that the other ones are graphically broken. I'll adjust them in a minute. Get back to it. But anyway, this travels downstairs and then goes out to that area. And that's basically where a lot of additional wire is being created. That's wire that's specific. So we make a ton of wire in the copper Caterium factory. I guess there's a reason I decided, like, well, I actually need some more out this way to go in. I don't know why, but there must have been a reason for it. You'd have to ask me, like, 6 months ago what I was thinking. So yeah, I'd like to get all this stuff up and running, basically. So much to do to get it all working now. Steel. Oh yeah, so the steel that's made here rolls back out and goes that way. Made into steel pipe, wire gets made there, and both come in to get made into rotors and stators, I guess. And then that goes over this way to get made into a load of motors. The motors then go back upstairs to get made into other things. How are you this summer day, and how is little Rexy doing? We talked about him for quite a bit earlier on, but he's doing very well. He was actually, Rosie just brought him in a few minutes ago. Summer? Yeah, it's indeed. It's very warm. After updating the copper Caterium factory, what's the next goal? Yeah, so I had a to-do list. It just won't appear. I don't know what I can do to make it appear. I can't, it just won't appear for some reason. There we go. Okay, we got it. So Supercomputer semi-auto, we've done that. Mark III miners for copper, we've done that. We just did those 2 things today. Next thing is adaptive control unit changes. So at the end of the last stream yesterday, we were in this factory, and we fixed the quartz delivery issue and also the limestone delivery issue. I'm pretty sure they're fine now. Pretty sure. That means, like, we had to increase the amount that was coming in, and that seems to be working, and everything seems to be getting fed. I see green lights all the way down at the end. Looks good to me. Right, so that should mean that we're making the correct amount of silica now. What is this little thing accurate? No, it just fluctuates too much. It should say 606. It's impossible to do more. It's just going like this, though, isn't it? It is what it is. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. But that's good that it seems fixed. So, in looking over those things, we realized that, or I realized, upstairs I'm making like way more automated wiring than I should be. Like, there's no need to. Maybe back when I built this factory, I just didn't know maybe we'd use it for something, because I didn't really look stuff up too much. So I probably thought like, oh yeah, we'll make more than we need. But it turns out you really only need as much as what can go into adaptive control units. It's not used for anything else. So there's no point in making too much of it. Just make it whatever you think you'll need for that. So I'm going to just make some adjustments to it now. Shouldn't take too long. So it's basically these machines down here on the end. These are the ones that were getting copper sheet. Actually, what's your problem? What are you low on? Oh, you're low on quick wire. Oh yeah, we'll sort that out as well. That's okay. It's again to do with the copper Caterium factory, so we'll have to head back over there. Anyways, right, so the focus now is going to be getting... These are the adaptive control unit machines, and these are the automated wiring machines. So we need to lessen the amount of these and increase the amount of these. Now, we could just lessen it by underclocking. That would be the easiest way to do it. I don't have to move anything. And then to increase these, I'll just build a few more out. And we'll maybe readjust the overflow system that's here. Yeah, that seems good to me. So we decided yesterday, I wrote it down on my notepad, that we do 9 per minute. We're currently doing 5. And some of them aren't running, so let's see why. Not enough computers. Not enough computers. The computer's running at 100%. Let's see how much we're supposed to be making. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 3.75. They're at 95%. Circuit boards were a bit low, were they? And circuit boards are low because maybe there wasn't enough copper sheet. Well, there should be enough copper sheet now because we just increased it. But the sheet running out was the ore running low, so we've just increased all the ore. So therefore, I think we're getting back up to speed now. That's good. Alright, so that's okay. Traced it back. Seems to make sense. Let's just check how much exactly we're making. So I wrote down here yesterday that we have 16.25 computers in surplus. 3.75 times 7. 3.75. 26.25. Change around some of these containers. The setup is not optimal for this. It goes into an awesome sync twice, which is weird. So 2, 4, 6, 8, so 10. Right, so the 26.25, so that's why we have 16. And then we're just taking away a further 8. That's the plan, anyway. Alright. Well, it's minus 6. Sorry, minus 10. Minus 18. 8.25 is what we'll have left. Okay, that's fine by me. But yeah, it does mean building a few of these out, so let's get rid of that. Get rid of this. And I think I need to log this stuff. This was never written down in any of my little documentation. So I'll make sure I like add on to it so we know this is correct. It's insane how complex this game can get. Especially when you think about how straightforward it is starting. Yeah, it just keeps... It's interesting how like crafting games, you just make chains and chains and chains. It just gets crazier. Do I use priority mergers? We do, actually, in 1 or 2 places downstairs in this factory. It works quite well, actually. It worked really well for solving a problem with the truck station I had. I had 2 truck stations, 2 outputs. Imagine they're train stations. Could be the same thing if you want. And we're using them in a variety of different ways. And there was a problem where it was kind of pulling from one instead of the other. And a priority merger allowed me to say, like, no, like, we need to make sure that we're using this line first, and then you use the overflow line, or whatever it was. So that worked. I've had a few, it's rare, but there are use cases where it's like, yeah, actually this works. It's nice to have it. Alright, so I'm just cutting off the overflow here. We'll just get rid of that. It can go as well. Ooh, dangerous. Also, where is that going? Yeah, this is dangerous because it's a spaghetti line. Or sushi belt or whatever. Sorry, that's the word. Yeah, forget that. So this is a very rare instance where I have a low volume line, and I decided to create a filter where I filter out the thing I don't want. Let's just drain it this one time here. That's super rare for me to do that. It's funny to see that. This was built like 6 months ago by me, just so in case people wonder why I'm talking about myself in the third person that way. Because it doesn't feel like these are my decisions. It's so long ago. Alright, so the plan is to add on 4 more of these. Are these blueprints? Oh, they are. That's nice. So some belts will have to move a little bit. That makes life pretty easy that it was blueprinted for me already. Alright, not a big deal. We could just move this over to the left or something. Making sure. Alright, cool. Straight belt. I don't know why it's so laggy when painting them down. Okay. Tissue belt makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense when it's a low volume item. It's like, yeah, just stick it on one belt and let it just filter off. If the belt's like 480 per minute and you're putting items on it that are doing like 10 or 20, it's like, yeah, perfect. Got no issue with it. It's just so rare for me to see it. Now we're making 9 per minute. I don't know how I'm going to get these out of here. Maybe drone, I guess. Maybe they'll go upstairs or something in the future to it. Oh, I think I said that drone ports are going to go on the roof. The future, yeah. Anyway. You set? No power? Oh. Cool. Alright, so we obviously have to redo the belts for these guys. We added 4 machines. So I'm just going to cut all the belts here. Alright, this seems okay. Morning, Orion. There's another belt joining the automated wiring at the start. Oh, really? Shit. Oh yeah, that's circuit boards, I think. Maybe. Thanks for the heads up. Cut that there. Oh no, it's high-speed connectors that overflow. Yeah. Thank you. Good catch. Computers, I think, that one. Oh no, circuit boards, okay. Oh nice, there we go. Not too bad. I mean, obviously we need overflow to be hooked up for them, but thanks to the blueprint, pretty quick, actually. Lots of reasons to add another truck. Yeah, sorry, I meant sushi belt, obviously. Yeah, oh. This is such a strange graphical glitch. Maybe if we just do a little one here and then connect it. Bugs be bugging, I guess. Try one more time, just maybe a fresh start. I don't know. I don't think I would add another truck station for the for these things. I'd probably do a drone port, but maybe not. Maybe there's really no room for truck stations anymore in this place. There's so many downstairs, and they wrap all the way around. I just don't know where I'd even add them in. On the other side, maybe. I don't know. I think drones would probably be more elegant. There's going to be a train station rolling right over this, so maybe if the rail line's here anyway, could even be rail. Just 9 per minute doesn't seem worthwhile to have anything other than a drone do it. Remember, we made a bunch of rocket fuel and stuff. Jesus Christ, this game is falling apart. We made rocket fuel and we have it ready to be packaged, so it's just a matter of placing it down for the drones. We're gonna have to increase the quick wire that comes into here. Alright, maybe I'll put down an awesome sink somewhere here. Seems like a good spot for it. I don't know why I'm so slow sometimes. Alright. The computers aren't hooked up, I think. Oh yeah. Alright, cool. So there was still overflow needed for, I think, circuit... I don't know if circuit boards need to... Oh no, they've got it already handled. Although it'd be nice to bring everything to an overflow, like one place. I'm going to lower the amount of automated wiring to be in line with this. So we need... It used to be 7.5 in the in update 1. Or sorry, in update 8. But when they moved to 1.0... They changed it from 7.5 per minute to 5. But they added one extra computer. It used to be one computer, now it's 2. So we need to underclock that. So 5 times 9, so 45. How many of these are there? 10, 11, 12, 13. Wow. There's 13. 45 divided by 13. Means each one needs to do 3. Can we get a nicer number than that? How about we'll just do 12 machines and we'll make them do 3.75 each. I'll just chop away the machine at the beginning. I'll set all the other ones the same. So 3.75. 50%. Nice. Yeah, that's better. This will drastically lower all the other stuff that we need to make. We could wind down the other machines or something. I'll need to trace it back then and count like how much wire we're using, because none of that's logged. I don't know how much it's using. You really need to catalog it, because you get out of hand fast if you don't know what you're using, especially at these scales. I found infinite steel spawn point. That's funny, yeah. Alright, so is this a blueprint? It is. See you later. Oop. Tough one. Suppose for now, just make that back up. Right, so you can go. That was an overflow. Yeah, okay. Well, that could stay there, actually, I guess. Or not. Yeah, let me work with this one first. It's such a shame I can't just replace that. What is with the lag? Am I dropping containers all the time? Oh, maybe. No? Get rid of some of the stuff I don't really want. Anyway, right, sorry, game's doing funny business again. Restart. Yeah, I mean, it's not when I place anything, though. It's just when I upgrade belts, so I don't know what that's about. So, it's something different. I don't know what it is. Again, we've seen, restarting doesn't seem to fix it. It just happens even when you come back in. It seems to happen when it's like, something's on the belt, and you're changing it between mergers, because we were trying to do a test yesterday where I was upgrading a belt just on its own, but it's like it only seemed to glitch when it was between like splitters, but I'm not entirely sure, and it was only when it's full. But now it's not doing it, and I did empty out my inventory, so I wonder, is it something to do with it's trying to think about creating like the dismantle crate, because there's a new option in the game now at 1.1 to move your stuff to a certain dismantle crate, right, somewhere else or something like that. That was just an autosave. That was a coincidence. So, right. Splitter. So what we need to do now is just break off, like, overflow of all this stuff. You go back in there. You continue that way. Good job, Darren. Did I not build this in line with the center? I did. Okay. Guess I was just off. Right. Overflow at the front. Anything through the left? No? And instead of this, we'll get a different merger. Oh my god, everything is just slightly off, killing me. Yeah, that's understandable though, because it's in line with the machine. Good. Where are you going? You're going down there. It's getting kind of messy in here. Gonna give this to concrete, it's gonna otherwise miss. Oh, it's actually like completely full anyway. Oh man. Cuz container, what? Warning, stream is no longer OCD friendly. Oh, because the thing was slightly off. No, that's okay. This wasn't off because of the container. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Sorry if I'm misunderstanding something. Also, what speed is this? Mark 3? Upgrade the... Yeah, it's done. If something of mine is underclocked to 89.9, but it is supposed to be 89.889, will that be a problem or should it be fine? Just clock it the way it should be, is my answer. I don't know, so I would go with the one that you know it should be. So it should be 88.8888. There's 4 decimal points in the game that count, so use them. So if it's 88.8888 recurring, just do 8889. Well, I would type 88888, and it will display 8889. That's what I would do, just to be safe, you know. Should help the stators make their way back down. What was on the bottom? Not that it matters, but... Well, it does actually. Where's it coming from? What are you requiring? It's the high-speed connectors. Got it. Right, so high-speed connectors are coming out of here, and they need to roll around into this direction. We're making more than we need. By a significant amount now, actually, so... Same thing here, I guess. We'll just pop this here, rotate it that way. Place... Brick belt to go in. Alright, cool. Alright, so we just underclocked all of those machines. I've rehooked them up. I think they're good to go. We do need, like, additional overflow for the high-speed connectors because you're going to be making too many now. But I'm okay with that. It could plug into... Again, it just wanted to go over there, basically. So I'm just trying to leave places free for that. This would be a nice straight line in. We could try here. Until we decide to send it to somewhere, like I said, drone ports and stuff out that way. Alright, so high-speed connectors are overflowing. Oh, I just realized, like, I hooked up overflow for the automated wiring, but we're consuming exactly what we need now, so that should never happen. In theory. I suppose there's no harm, but, like... In theory, it should never happen. The computers will need overflow. So at the moment, they go into this container is like a weird... They go in there first, and then they go to the thing. It's a bit weird. They should really come to me after they go to the machines. So just thinking, where could we do that? That would make sense. So it would be good. Anyway, God, what do we give to get the hover pack earlier in the game? I know, right? Making ladders to build up is annoying. I just used the jetpack early on. If you get liquid biofuel, it burns really slowly. You can kind of use that to hover. I mean, you constantly have to press it, but it does help. You're more important than your machines. I guess. No, I'm not. I feel like the machines are more important because it could be part of a chain that's, you know, well, this isn't. But in other situations, it's like, well, the other thing I might want to get in my pocket as well. I feel like you should always take care of the machines first, and then anything else goes to you. That's my opinion, but see the argument either way. I'm just thinking, like, how do I split this off? Like, I need to split this off and send it in there, but also into one of these first. So we need kind of like a double overflow kind of thing. We could make this a sushi belt. Just flow down onto that. So let's try it. Connect that in a second. We'll get something like here. Very about too long. Too steep, it says. Oh, is it because of this? Now it's just too steep. Okay. I know what you mean. Alright, computers roll down. They merge with the high-speed connectors, which are just going into this bin. Yeah, I'm fine with that. And I'll create like a little container just here in this area, so break some off and send it into this. Oh, thought I was further back. Oh well. Jesus Christ, man. Now, this will be smart splitter. Computers or anything else out this way. Well, computers or overflow. Overflow will count if it's a high-speed connector, I think. But yeah, I wanted to add another sushi belt. Overflow sushi belts are totally fine because it's like at least it won't go into machines by accident. I'll just drop that off over here instead. So I need to log that. We're making like 8 per minute or something. Oh, right, there we go. So, still got some work to do to get this place up and running properly. We need to figure out how much wire needs to come in here and stuff. So what we've just done, added 4 more adaptive control unit machines, so we're now making 9 per minute. We have the computers to do so. I think we have the circuit boards, I don't even know. We'll check in a sec. Pushed everything over and reorganized it so that overflow goes in this way now. Cool. We don't have overflow of automated wiring anymore. We removed the machine and underclocked all of these, so what we make here is exactly what goes in there. So now the consumption of all these is way lower than it used to be. It means we've got even more heavy or high-speed connectors and the other things that are coming in, like wire and stators. The stators, where do they come from? Over here. Now stators are an intermediary product as well, so we could lower this to just make exactly what we need also. Because they're not used for anything else. So I might just do that real quick. So it's 1.875 stators for 12 machines. 1.875 times 12. This is because recipes changed. Alright, so 22.5 is what we need. We could clock all of these so that they just consume the 25. Or whatever it was, 22.5. What's the plan? Just outlined it, I feel like. I'll answer that though in a second more clearly. 22 machines. Ah, okay. So 22.5 divided by 22. 1.02 is so annoying. Would it be better if we had 20? there a nicer number here somewhere? There, that's kind of nice. 18 machines, 1.25 each. So if we set these to do just 1.25 each, that's so low, but all we need. And we do it for 18 machines. It is pretty overkill. I mean, if I'm going to delete machines, I might as well just do it. They have 2 belts of wire coming in. It's actually a really big change doing this. Block a single machine to 1.5. I like them all to be the same. 22.5. And what do they normally do? 7. They can do 8 per minute. So divided by 8. Let's do 10 machines. They need to be set to 2. Hang on a second. Is this right? It just seems so crazy. Why are we making so much? Did the recipe change that much? It seems crazy. Like, I obviously at some point built so many stator machines to feed just this line over here. They're not going anywhere else. And yet it seems we're making like hundreds more than we need. I know it's we're at half the speed now, but still. We make 8 per one machine over there. And we're only needing like... A normal machine would need like 3. Alright, so it is 22.5. It's like, okay. So... You'd only need 3 machines. So if we had 4 machines, that's what they need to be set to. 5.625. Am I wrong with this? This seems crazy. Yeah, they did change recipes. Not for 1.1. This is an update 8 save. We're modifying. Yeah, you can remove all but 3. Well, 4 machines, really. But yeah, I'll do 4. 5.625 each. That's 18. Or it's 22.5, sorry. That's fucking crazy. Alright, so 5.625. We just set 3 machines to that. That's it. Oh, sorry, 4 machines. God, I'm such an... Yeah. Alright, the rest can go. Night. Do I have inventory space for this? I might need to throw stuff into an awesome sink. Really should have had a container here or something. We can just throw things into it. Does that work? Oh, it does. Immediately full. I'm not dropping crates. I don't understand where they're going. Is it just that they're all going to the last crate position or something? I think that's what's happening and why it's laggy. There's 2 crates in the world. I feel like they are going to them. There's some setting for that, isn't there? Dismantle crate placement next to player. Merge dismantle crates. When enabled, dismantling will try to put resources into the existing dismantle crate within a 100-meter range before making a new one. I think that's what the lag is that we keep seeing when I'm deleting or converting things. You'll see it someday. Do you need a dimensional depot for high-speed connectors? Yeah, it'd be good to have one. Just clock a single machine to 1.5 or 150%. Cut it down to 10. They changed the recipes. I think 22.5 divided by 7.5 is 3, because stators used to be needed for other recipes like capacitors. So you can remove all 3. Did I mess up? Question mark. Fix your depot lift. Fix my depot lift. Okay, thank you. I was trying to find, like, what's the thing I'm missing? Underclock them all? No, I just feel like I might actually use this space for something. It's too much space. Like, I'm okay with, like, okay, a couple machines extra. If it's, like, 20 machines, no. Let's get rid of them. This opens up a lot of space to do other things. Oh, sorry, I meant to drop stuff in there. It might be that setting. I think it is that setting. I could be wrong. Seems too coincidental. Oh, wrong thing. There we go. We're draining something. So I'll still need to reconnect this back over. The long distance for these guys. But this changes how much quickwire we use drastically. So that's great. In anticipation of maybe one day putting something there, I'm gonna just raise this. And what does it need? Mark. It doesn't even need that, but it's a Mark 1, isn't it? Really. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me just go. I'll do 4 because it might be coming out the other side depending on what it is in the future. Okay, the belt over there is 3, so we'll just keep it 3 height. Sorry. That's definitely not right. Wondering if the items in the inventory are being doubled on frame drops. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell because I was destroying machines that are like really full, but maybe that is happening when it's being glitched, when I encounter that like frame rate glitch. All right, optimization. Went from needing like 20 stator assemblers to needing, well, really only needing 3 but building 4. And we went from needing 2 belts of quickwire to just 1. So that's a pretty big save. So steel pipe was coming in this direction somewhere. We'll have to go trace it. Yeah, I'll bring it along the ground, and then, you know, if something gets built here in the future, we'll either bring it up and over. It depends. Yeah. It's so weird to see it turning. Why is it doing that? I don't know. It looks kind of cool. You can see them turning and going down, but now they're just on their plates. Is there like a million of them here at the end? Is that what the glitch is? Maybe. Oh, there we go. That's not a hover pack. Right, so what are we actually consuming? 11.25 and 42.187. Okay, that should be it. I don't even want vertical splitting merges anymore because of it. so many belt glitches at 1.1 at the moment. Yeah, it's just graphical at least. At least things work. It'd be much worse if it didn't. There was in a previous update for this 1.1, there was some error. What was it? Remember, things were being deleted and people were freaking out for a while. Yeah, it's interesting if this is all caused because of how they tried to do vertical. That, like, what else is the reason that this has happened? I don't know. Anyway. Alright, so I think it's documentation time. The interesting thing is this quickwire line. I upgraded one of the lines to be a 780. It's doing 720 per minute. And it was the middle line. Oh, the middle line's being used still. Oh, okay. There's 4 quickwire lines. Wow. Oh, we'll just trace it back in a minute. I'd like to get this place fully up and running, and then we can go back to aluminum. We're almost there. So basically, for those who are wondering what it was the plan today, what we're doing. So I do want to get to the aluminum factory. The first thing I needed to do was increase. So I'm trying to get this place running. This is what's called a silicon factory. It does electronics and adaptive control units. So circuit boards are running low because we were low on copper sheet. Copper sheet was low because we increased the throughput of the copper factory, but didn't increase the ore coming in. We've increased the ore coming in, and things seem to be fine now. So that's all working again. Then we decided to add more adaptive control unit machines. Not fully at 100% though, there's something missing at the end. We'll check on what that is soon. It might be the automated wiring. The automated wiring machines are made here. They're all now underclocked. We removed one of those because they weren't needed. And then there's the high-speed connectors. The high-speed connectors are running a little low because not enough quick wire. There's a trickle-down effect to the automated wiring, I guess. We then noticed that like there was no overflow for stators or I can't remember what the problem was with stators, but it was like, oh, we'll trace it back. And we realized that the recipe changes mean that you don't need nearly... We needed all of this full of stator assemblers. Now we just need 4. It's like, great. That's going to ease the load on quickwire, I guess. We'll trace that belt back and see what we can do. But that's where we're at the moment. So we've almost got it running correctly. We're almost there. Hey, Delroy. I just talked about what we're working on. So basically getting this factory up and running, hopefully at 100%. Which means utilizing a lot more Mark V belts and stuff like that. So we've already done most of the work. It's about trying to get 9 adaptive control units per minute. That's basically it. At the moment, the blocker on that would be high-speed connectors. So let's just double check that that is the problem. I'm pretty sure it's just not enough quick wire. Oh, and we need to now open up Milanote and just log this stuff, so I know exactly how much needs to be picked. This is also clocked to a very specific number. I wonder why. Could be based on silica. We've increased the amount of silica. It'd be nice just to round this up. So that's 9 of these. Let's have a look. Milanote, and if we go back to where this was originally designed, it was here. This is circuit boards. I don't think I ever wrote in any of the other stuff, like high-speed connectors. All of that stuff was in the last video, and I just never added the production documents for it. See, I do all this stuff on pen and paper, and then I make these after the videos. And I guess with that video, I just never did. But these have just changed, so we'll update these numbers now a bit. I mean, the silica is all the same. And the assemblers are correct. They're set to getting this amount of silica. And that amount of silica is just, it is what it is. We're not changing that. It's based on the 780 coming out of the station. So that's all working now. We made that work. We got the limestone working, so that's correct. We increased the copper sheet, so that's good now. So that should mean these are good. Alright, so we make 275. 183 is going into computers. Let's just check that number, and then we'll see how much is going this way. I don't seem to have written that into it. That's not a planning program. It's just a program called Milanote, so it doesn't do any planning for you. See, it's just cards that I color and add pictures to. So I think it's great for organization, but it doesn't actually calculate anything. The machine removals lowered power requirements. That's true, yeah. So yeah, just wanted to count that. So 15 times 7. 15 times 7. That's 105 circuit boards now. So I don't know if that's changed, but that's what we're seeing. 105. That's great. We've got even more circuit boards, so potentially anyway. 275.75 minus 105. So we're left with 170.75 so far. So now I guess here I'll add like, let's just remove this for a second. And we'll say like, well, it's going over into these machines, right? So high-speed connectors. Just look at that recipe and see like, well, what could we make? So silica, quick wire, and circuit boards. So the standard number would be making 3 per minute. That'd be 90. Let's first of all work our way back and see how much do we actually need. So for all of these, 0.938, such a weird number, I guess. 50%. 0.938. It was 12 actually that we have. Now I can't remember anything. Yeah. Alright, so 12. So 11.256 is how many we need. That's nothing. 3, 6, 9, 12, 18. Let me write that down. So 11, oh, I guess I'll write it down here. We have automated wiring machines. Such weird music. Let me back. All right. Let's see. So, images, the wiki. All right. Automated wiring. Automated wiring in 12 assemblers, clocked to 50%. Right, that's what we got. And they need high-speed connectors coming in. We just worked out how much that was. So not circuit boards, but high-speed connectors, so we'll darken that. So that was 11.256. Fine. Back after hospital breakfast. Hope everything's okay. A lot of quick-wire recipes had quick-wire requirements lowered or their output doubled. I'm pretty hungry actually myself. 3.75 times 12. 3.75 times 12. We're making 45 automated wiring. Alright, so that's 45 and all of it's being used right now. We don't have to worry about that. So the other components. 1.875 stators. 1.875 stators. So 22.5 stators have been used. Got that sorted. Next one is wire 37.5. 450. Okay. This a color for stators, I guess. All right, cool. So that's our little block for the automated wiring. We know that goes into adaptive controlling, so we'll just leave that for a moment. Now, the block that's feeding this will be kind of similar. It's going to be doing high-speed connectors in the first place, so just move this further out. We'll screen it. That's kind of what we're looking to do. We're looking to connect that line into that. Looking to get 11.25 at least, but then send it somewhere else. Now, I'm not entirely sure, but I'd like to just run all these machines at 100%. We could use the high-speed connectors for other things and just see if we can do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 machines currently. Our limiting factors are one belt of 780, let's say, for wire. 780 divided by 9. That'll be 8 machines. That might be where they're clocked down, actually. This might have been based on that. That'll be 8.66 recurring. Okay. Let's do 780 on the quick wire line then. So then divide this by 9. That's your clock speed. And I'm guessing that's what they have been clocked to. 96.29. Let's see. No, slightly different. But let's just do that anyway then. That seems good to me. If it means I don't have to have another quick wire belt or something, we can always do it in the future if we want more. Then we'll base all the numbers off of that. We'll just copy that, paste that down. Still more than enough high-speed connectors. I think I'm liking the stitched, at least for my first factory's location. Stitched iron plate. There are 2 copper mines near my base and only 1 short hike away, so wire is pretty abundant with those nodes. Very dark in here. Surely you have too much steel pipe as well, since you got rid of all those machines. Yeah, but that comes from a different factory, so I don't need to reduce that. It gets delivered via truck, so that's already handled for me. It comes from over there. So we'll use it somewhere else. I could adjust the number though, and maybe we'll adjust that downstairs to say like how much is being used now, so I know exactly how much we have left over. So yeah, that'll need to be accounted for. Stitch is good. You can all iron it with iron wire. Yeah, you don't even need copper at all. Makes sense? Yeah, yeah. But thanks for pointing it out though. It's a good tip. Gotta think of everything. Alright. And we'll go back and do the wire in a minute. So this is now going to be 2.89. And there's 9 machines. But I could say, let's just get rid of this. Yeah. Alright, we could times these by the actual numbers in the recipe. But instead of me flipping in and out of this all the time, let's just open the wiki. High-speed connectors. Right, there we go. So we're using this recipe. It's 3 per minute as the standard target. We're currently doing this many machines times 3. That means we're making exactly 26. Okay. 26 high-speed connectors. Lost that color somehow. That. Place this to say high-speed connectors. Hey. There's 9, and they're clocked very weirdly. Really matters. 96.29, let's just say. Well, seeing as we have 4 decimal points that matter, let's just put them in 6.3. Okay, 26. Slightly different color. Again, I don't know why Milanote's messing with me. Alright, cool. So, 26 minus 11.256. $14.744 is what we have left over. $744. Great. Change those in a minute. We'll leave them in place for now. Wait. Alright, starting to come together a bit better. I love the little notes I've left myself as well. Okay, so we now need to look at what these take in. So everything will be times that number, basically, and we'll just look at that number up on the wiki so I don't have to close the thing. So it's... Wow, it's a lot of quick-wire. Oh, it's this one. Nice. 90 per minute. Oh, yeah. So we already looked at that. Yeah, 780, obviously. Alright, so that's totally fine. So 780 quick-wire. Full belt. I'll do a little slightly lighter color for that. Okay. Then it's 37.5 silica. 325 silica is needed. And the silica color I have... Whatever this color is, I guess. Alright, that's the silica. And then we have 3 circuit boards per minute. 26 again. Nice. Cool. Alright, so, and this needs to be the color of the circuit boards. Here we go. That's good. And then we'll do one of these, and we'll just say whatever that overflow is then. So a lot of... I mean... We could lower down the amount of circuit boards now, because it's like we don't need them for anything else. So, do we do that? Do you think? Like, we're gonna have over 100, like 100. And they're just an intermediary. You don't need them to build anymore. So it's like, well, what do we do with that? I mean, you could use them in other things. What else could we build here, maybe, in future? Like, is it... I'm just thinking, is it worth keeping for something else, maybe? So their uses. Adaptive controllers, computers, high-speed connectors. We have all that. Yeah, we have all that. Radio control units need circuit boards. Potentially. One of the recipes does. Could be worth keeping 100. I hate that you can't upload multiple things at once anymore for milestones. Could always just leave them to go into an awesome sync so they're there in the future. Yeah. So if we underclock and just use what we need, we would get back more copper sheet. That'd have more uses maybe overall. I do think we don't make radio control units, so how will I do that in future, I guess? Let's see. So using some of our computers, using high-speed connectors, using circuit boards. One of those 3, and this factory makes all 3. We'll have loads of casing, so obviously using that either way. Does heat sinks use aluminum? Oh, it does. Well, the highest volume is this one. If you can supply rubber. Quartz crystal. I have a whole factory doing quartz crystal. And then how many high-speed connectors do we have left over? Not many. Well, part of me is thinking then we should just make more high-speed connectors, really. Because if I brought in another... So we just saved a whole line of quick-wire here. By removing it from the stator line or whatever that was. Was it? Yeah. So because of that, it's like, well, if you use a second line, you can have 18 assemblers in future. Or stack them on top or something. You don't have to do it right now, but... Yeah, I think I'll keep the circuit boards there, because then they could be used... I mean, it's only 26 though. Damn, it's like, geez. But because we got the silica, right? We've loads of silica. It's like so much silica, don't even know what to do with it. 3,000 available. Like extra. So, there's no issue there. It's more just like, do we have the quick wire? I mean, I have a giant mega copper facility that does huge amounts of quick wire as well. So, yes, I guess. So, in theory, we could really ramp this up. Beef it up, ramp it up. So, I think, for now, I'll just leave this here. We'll write in the amount that it's overflowing. I'll just keep it there to know that we could use it. I'm not going to do this next. We've got other things on the mind anyway. But it's good to know that when we want to tackle something like radio control units, maybe using high-speed connectors is the way to go. That would feed into our big quartz crystal plant that we have as well. And we've got tons of aluminum. As long as we're happy to combine the copper sheet with aluminum, boom, heat sinks. Yeah, I think that's the path we'll go. Seems reasonable. Yeah, I don't know where I am with AI limiters, to be honest. I don't know. Oh, I've got 150. Something like that. It's in the copper plant again. It needs to be written down. But alright, let's just move this to the side for a moment. So how much do we... It's 275 minus 26 for the high-speed connectors minus 105 for the computers. That's the other thing. You could probably give more to the computers, actually, thinking about it as well. Yeah, this place could be scaled like really easily in any direction. It's actually quite cool. Alright, anyway, so that's 144 left over circuit boards per minute. If we keep everything running as is. That's what we'll get. 144 left over. Yep. So this is wire, and this is... What's that? Faders, right? Ugh, such a messy thing. So I have things going in all different directions. Normally I have all my output, you know, things coming into the factory and then going out. This is done all over the place for some reason. Get rid of that. As of right now, every line of silica, except for one... Yeah, that's fine. That... Don't need that anymore. These are all clocked the same now, I think. No, AI limiters doesn't use circuit boards. It uses copper and Caterium. Yeah, so these two things are made in the big copper plant, so I make a huge amount of AI limiters that way. Yeah. These clock the same, just want to make sure. 95.913. Yep. Alright, so we'll say 95.913. And there's 23 of them. We're almost there. It's just the quick wire belts that need to be improved now, I think. Overflow is set up for that. Is overflow handled for this yet? Yeah, it is. Good. Okay. Rubber is picked up and delivered via truck from the Petro Coke factory. We don't need... Actually, that's kind of good to know where it comes from. I should just say here. I mean, I don't need to say factory. We know what it means. What does this mean? Some of the computers go... Yeah, well, this is all outdated now, isn't it? So 3.75 times 7. That's what we get. 26.25. So that is accurate. It doesn't just go into storage now, though. It goes into overflow. That's a weird color for computers. Let's just give it that color. Alright, so that's computers coming out. Computers that come out do go over to this area to get made into adaptive control units. So that's the last thing I need to add into the diagram, and then we can move on from the diagram. They're taking 2 computers per minute, and there's 9 of them, so 18. Just make this... I'll just bring it down, actually. We'll just feed this down and around, because it's getting a bit wide. So it's going to be 45 in. All the automated wiring goes in. Can barely see that color, actually. What color should I make it? I don't know. Something that stands out. I think... maybe the red. Okay. Right, so the automated wiring goes straight in. 18 computers comes in. That's probably better that way. So we can say, or just rubber, I mean, rubber, and then say where it came from, Petro Coke. I'll keep that there, but I'll just build another one of these. Right, so somewhere here, this will have its little overflow thing as well. Just copy that. Okay. Some computers overflow, I can't remember exactly how much. Whatever 18 is minus that number, so... $8.25. Okay, so that's how much computers we have left. So not many, but we can definitely increase the amount of computers if we need to in the future. And the rest just continue that way. Yeah, we'll just leave this here. Okay, so sorry about... I know this might be taking a little bit long, but heavy modular frames are next, and then this... Oh, this takes circuit boards. A further 45. Okay, that's alright. Got loads. That leaves us with 99. Still loads. But at least it's good to see another use for it. Thinking about it, I don't need to do that. We just extend this one out. There. Bring that one straight across. Alright, so that's circuit boards, automated wiring. It's just the heavy modular frames left. That's a whole other thing I'll need to do. I'll do that myself, maybe make the diagram for what's happening downstairs, because that was never logged either. There's a huge motor factory downstairs, and that's where the iron, I think, is made to make the heavy modular frames. You have enough quick wire with the optimizations. You might want to rebalance the balance. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do next, just after I finalize this. Almost done. So heavy modular frames. So we need 9. I guess I'll just leave it at that. I was going to trace that back and see how much we make, but I'm sure we make 9. Nine HMFs. Ah. This is why I tell people don't use this, because it just takes ages to plan things if you know, doesn't do it for you. I like it though. I just think it looks great. And I like it's really custom. I can make it in many different ways. Like I can literally follow the exact layout of my belt if I want, and I do that sometimes. But yeah, for most people I think it'd be very tedious. Alright, well there we go. So at least we've added on most of that. We, you know, I haven't accounted for the stators. We'll leave it. And oh yeah, sorry, the computers, that's what I was thinking of. So yeah, alright, so yeah, so we just need, so quick wire comes in from the CCF building with overflow splitter set up so that when the 780 belt gets full, the remainder stays in the factory for further use. Ah, because it's 735 that's actually needed. Is that accurate? Is that still up to date? 7 of these, 7 times 52.5. No, it's way less. Way less. Holy crap. You're gonna need 367.5. Jeez, man. That's crazy. They just make Quickwire like way better then? Factorio is a flowchart. That's funny. Why not move the HMF to the bottom? I could. I just feel like, are you guys not sick of seeing me just do a diagram? I feel like pressured to play the game, kind of. I could do the whole diagram if you want me to, but I just kind of feel the pressure to just move on a bit and get building these belts. 367.5. That needed 780. Let's make that color the same as this as well then. The whole Caterium tree got updated? Wow, I did not know that. $367.5 from there. So we don't use it on anything else. Caterium, right? It's... Our circuit board is just silica and copper. Wow, that's a crazy recipe. Silicon circuit board. Nice. So Quickwire is only used in the high-speed connectors, which we need to be 780, and then here, which needs to be 367.5. That's crazy. Because there was 4 belts coming in here previously. Now we just need 1.5. Like, great. Saves me a load of Quickwire. So let's we'll go back and update that now, and then that'll be it, hopefully. The first thing I guess we should do is make sure that this is now running at 780. So I'll trace this back with a Mark V belt. Oh yeah, I still need to dump a bunch of stuff in here, don't I? Do the diagram. Do the diagram. We'll do a little bit more building, then maybe I'll get back to the diagram. We'll see. That's a bit of a middle ground approach then. And I don't mean it like the way mom and dad say, like, you know the way you pass by McDonald's, you're like, I really want McDonald's or something. And they're like, oh, we'll get it later. You know that's never going to happen. You're at Disneyland and you see something you want, say, oh, I really want to go on that ride. It's like, oh, we'll go on it later. I know that's not happening. You know that's not happening. Try to fool me. Alright, Mark V out of our minds. Oh, trippy. Alright, Mark V. This is upgrading no lag at all, you know? It must be the full inventory thing. That must be it. That's my best guess anyway. This will be a problem for another day, but I really need to sort out the Quickwire belts generally. Oh, I'm okay. Thought I saw a crate drop. Yeah, because this is where obviously I gave up at some point. And then also with the merging and splitting of these to make them all like as even as I could. It's just going into the bottom of that one. It's just being fed by one belt. It's this one here. Okay. This is going to be so hard to tell. So I'm just going to drill through. Let's just see. Are these machines running right now? Do they need anything? Power is connected all the way down. Production is paused. Physically paused on them. Oh, let's go. I'll have to trace the copper back. Not all of them, I guess. It's just the first 4 or something, because they make such high volume. What's 780 divided by 90? 8 and a bit. Yeah, that's why balancing it was awkward. The machines don't put out exactly like 780. I guess now, being a bit better at the game, I'd be like, well, I'll just clock them so that they do fill a 780 belt perfectly. That would make life a lot easier, to be honest. Yeah, fuse quick wire. It's very high. It's really good. Right, so, I mean, they look full, obviously, right now. I just don't know if over time if that'll be okay, but I'm inclined to kind of leave it and just trace it back, because something's happening here where it gets merged. You know, something's happening. Someone made some decision somewhere. What's the deal with the copper as well? The copper just runs down the whole thing. Does it loop around? No. I wonder, and they're not clocked. I wonder, does it take in, it's 487.5 on every copper belt. How much does it use per line? Let me see. 47.5 divided by 37.5. 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Alright, Darren had a plan. That's why they are the way they are. So they're not putting out everything you need on a quick wire belt, but they're taking everything they can from the copper line. That's kind of good, I guess. That will only work if we make this a Mark 5, so we'll have to do that next. No, I'm getting the lag even though I don't have a full inventory. Right, so we have to trace this copper belt all the way back and make sure whatever block this has been fed from is running the new Mark 5 good stuff. 487.5. Now I would upgrade all the belts at the same time, but I'm low on alclad, so I just can't really do it all at the same time. I've begun to do it downstairs at the beginning of the stream before I went live. I just like upgraded a bunch of those belts, but yeah, I don't want to just do everything right now, just in case I run out. Takes a big pause to hug the automated miner. That's funny. Yeah, this is one of many there's 3 logistics floors in this build, I think. Alright. Some better signs would be good to know exactly where this is. I'm a bit confused by this because where does the... Oh yeah, G and N, which are just downstairs below me, they stay on this floor. They don't go up any higher. All the other ones go up higher, but these ones stay here. And this is still not used. Starting to remember. Basically, we're looking at this group here. And it's really just that belt I care about, to be honest. While we're in here, we'll just make these all Mark 5 anyway. Good.
You could be doing useful.
Which means all of these need to be active. Now, are you turned off or are you just not getting something? What's your problem? You're full. Okay, that's a good problem to have. And You're not getting water, so you've probably not been connected. Okay. Connect them. So... this group. M. Yeah, there's your problem. I'll let them get their water first, maybe, and then we'll... Yeah, let me go downstairs and make sure that they're pumping what they need to. And then I'll connect the belts for the ore. Now, each of these feeds 2 blocks, so they'll probably stop-start a bit, I guess. Oh, they're actually all running already, are they? Oh, no, they're not. Yeah, they need a certain clock speed. That's the amount of quick wire we make, 120 per minute. Offer sheet. Here we are. 260, so 520. One of them clocked on to 33.33, or all of them to the same. 520 divided by 5. 104. Brain is working. It is. I'm staying on top of it though. I think I've kind of got it. I just need to really focus, you know, and not get distracted by the ice cream truck that's going by right now. But also just like getting lost or something. So many blocks to think about. Now, I'm pretty sure this block M that we're focused on, if that's the case, we have to also make sure that they're getting their increased amount of ore. We really only care about M2, but we'll try to get the whole thing up and running. So it's M and L. Really M is what I care about, but ultimately they're kind of fed the same. So yeah, block M. This block, this belt line right here. So this needs to be Mark 5 now. It needs 390 on its after its division. Wait. No, it doesn't. 390 comes in. Actually, so Mark 4 belt is fine here, but when it hits that splitter, it needs to be Mark 5 before that then. Yeah. Now, I guess before I go too far back, I'll just connect those belts now. Oh, these are already connected for some reason. Okay. Oh. Hasn't been completely hooked up yet. Alright, better. I'm just gonna get rid of this and lazy to paint it. We'll just destroy and replace and it'll be painted for me. So loud. Okay, they're all hooked up. Now we just need to follow that belt all the way back. Make sure it's a Mark 5. And then at least Group M should be able to get what it needs and deliver what it needs up to the quick wire. I hope. In some ways, I wish it didn't destroy the paint, but in some ways it's good because I can very quickly now tell which ones have been upgraded and which haven't. I want to double check. Ah, I fucking knew it. Sorry for the language. These will all need to be Mark 5 eventually, but as you can see, if you're looking at the UI, I'm getting low on Alclad. Now that's what's in my inventory. I think there's a couple thousand in the cloud, like in a container, ready to go into the cloud. But we need that for doing the smelters at the aluminum plant now. Damn. Oh yeah, I already did these. Nice. That's it then, I think. Apparently I missed that bit. Okay, cool. It looks smooth. Working. Last Darn made a video on how this factory broke them. Future Darn returns and fixes it. Yeah, it's cool coming back to it. It's fun going in through this place. Like, it's like someone else did it, and I'm like a worker trying to troubleshoot it or something. Like hard space shipbreaker, but it's like hard space satisfactory worker, something like that. And hopefully the ore just holds up. Seems like it is. Full belts. Like to see it. This one's empty. Why is that? Oh, that's on purpose, right? Yeah, yeah. Cool. Alright. So that could be it. If everything... Oh. The Caterium itself might need to be improved. I don't know. I don't think I ever wrote out logic for Caterium. This is the Caterium power map. Copper sheet logic, total factory logic, Caterium logic map, Caterium truck, power map, copper yeah, I don't know. Like the way I've done the copper blocks, I don't know if I ever did that for these. I think they're the same sort of thing. They just have a slightly different output. Oop. I have no idea where they divide and where they go to. 10 per minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, I didn't clock them evenly. Ow. How many are there? 11. I just don't know why I built that many. Why? Why that many? 780 divided by 24. You'd need 32 machines. Their input's 34, so you'd need 32 machines. 32 divided by 2 is 16. I have to go downstairs. I don't know how this is done. This seems weird. There's 22 per block. Unless the numbers have changed like we were talking about, right? So if this recipe has changed, then I'll have to figure this out. Right, so there's 2 lines of Caterium, 780 and 780. But there's 3 blocks. Thank you, Ultra Fox, for the mention. How old is this factory? This is from update 8. Probably a year and a half old or something at this point. Or maybe, yeah, something like that. So... Right, so there's like 6 lanes. I see. The 780 divided by 24. You need 32 machines, but we're doing 3 lanes. There's 10, so that's why there's 11. Okay. Makes sense. Got it. Right, so 10.833. We could just clock them all the same then, turn them all on. I'd like to just know which one I need to turn on, to be honest. So we could just turn it all on. See if we can manage that. Let's do it. Yeah, give me some more alclad just so it's ready. We're gonna need it. Alright. We might have enough Caterium ingots already, but we might as well just, while we're here, let's just turn it all on. I'd be crying in a corner by now, that's funny. I feel like it. Okay, so 780 divided by 20. 24 is the input. 780 is our belt speed coming in, or it will be, and 3 lanes each. So one it has 3 lanes, and the other one has 3 lanes. 10.833 divided by the 11 machines we have times 100. That's our clock speed. Let's clock them. Ooh. Thank you. All right. What's your water intake normally? It's also 24. Okay. No. It needs to be hooked up. I think it would be nice as well to have glass floors to see what's going on sometimes. I did do that on the other side, but obviously there's none here. So it kind of happens here. Just so you can see it. Right, so foundation. Architecture. Could just do it on the top, maybe. Yeah, I'll just do that. I was just wondering if double layering it, should I bother? I don't think I need to do that. Cool, it's actually super clear. Nice. You get very clear reflections. I mentioned this yesterday. See the reflections? The lights on the bottom? Very, very clear. If we look down, though, they get all, like, blurry and stuff. Really nice when they're clear. Like, it's a mirror reflection, basically. It'd be great if we had that, like, even when you're looking down. Sometimes, if the lights are right above you, it's pretty messed up. I'm not blaming them for it. It would be nice if you had it that way. Alright, anyways. Yeah, and I would say that this could be continued to be coated concrete then. That's cool. What are the truck problems? At the moment, solved. It was just we just needed to deliver more ore. That's all. Nothing crazy. Yesterday there was mostly there was actual truck problems. We had like again, just needed more trucks basically, but actually trucks were not doing so good for me, so I ended up using tractors and they just seemed to be doing it way better. Because there was some tight turns and narrow lanes. They weren't even getting deadlocked, they were just glitching out like a lot. And if you're not in the area it works, but it just wasn't sufficient, so went with tractors and they seemed to be fine. Okay, so I've just done 2 rows. We need to do, yeah, another. Well, to save a little bit of time, maybe I will just do 1/2. Because they are split that way. Get 1/2 up and running, and then if we want, get the other one up and running. Let's connect these across. Then we're going to have to go out to the... Might need more fused frames. We have to go to the Caterium mine. There's only one. To make sure it's running at 780 with Mark 5 belts and everything now. Okay, let's go downstairs. I should have done the water first, really. They're connected at least? Okay, that's okay. Okay. I should activate all those other ones. It's now just a matter of upgrading these belts. I don't remember how much comes out of these, though, so let's say if we get rid of all this. That's how many we have. Three. I'm just trying to get that clock number again. So it's that's it. All right. So that times whatever the output is of this place. So Caterium ingots, pure recipe. It's 12 per minute. Oh yeah, it's half, isn't it? So okay. Each one is doing 11.818189. $130. That's a really small amount. So I might not actually have to update these belts at all. Because it's never going to go more than that. 130. So Mark III is what I've gone with. Oh, and I merged two together. All right. Oh, right. So it's 390. I see. Okay, so yeah, cool. Mark IV belt will take care of it then. And it's just visually just divides there for fun. Yeah, okay, cool. So basically each the three lines are doing 390. So 390 and 390, whatever that is. 780, because it's half of 1560. Yep. Okay, cool. All right, so now we can go out to the miner and just make sure we update that belt, the actual miner itself, and then we'll upgrade the belts. What was messed up? There's just loads of things messed up. It's like certain things. So I'm running an update 8 save file, and there's like recipe changes that have affected a few factories. There's trucks that aren't delivering anything, and then at the aluminum plant, there's a water recycling issue that we have to. I don't even know if I'll have time today to get to. Oh no, we will. After we get this Caterium up and running, that's where we're gonna go. Why did I come up here? Oh yeah. So we're going to drive over to where Caterium gets loaded, and then follow that belt around, which is here, make it a Mark V. That's 1560 per minute. And that's the one doing it. Oh, there is two. There's one below me, and one out that's being delivered by trucks, yeah. So do I have the fuse frames to build Mark whatever miners? I've got 14, so it means I can only do one. I need to do two. I have to go up and get... That's fine. We'll just have to go and get just a little bit more fuse frames, and we'll be good to go. You think there's a good reason why, when you upgrade a belt, it doesn't do it all the way to a machine? No. I don't think there is a good reason other than that they... It could be like a... You could have a really long belt, and maybe they feel like for performance issues, it's a lot to detect what goes super far in front of you. Like, it has to... Think of how long it could be. It could be miles. So the game would have to, like, plan out a potentially infinite, or you could set a limit, right? Let's say maybe it can only do 50 segments in front. Maybe that would be reasonable. But then also you'd need a huge amount of... You might need a lot in your inventory. It'd be cool. I'm sure they know about it. Maybe they just one of those things. There's lots of like little quality of life things that they haven't done. So it's like, yeah, that'd be really nice. It's like even 10 segments in front. It's like you could have belt mode, build mode straight, curve, default, or you could have upgrade and you have to like click one, and it always like in upgrade mode it does the ones in front of it, you know, until it hits a merger or a splitter or a machine. And I'd love that. You could have a lot of resource, you could, because it might be a really long few segments of belts, and maybe if it was 10 belts, that'd be a nice little cap to it. You wouldn't have to go too far. But yeah, I'm sure it's like one of many things that's been suggested, and it's like they do seem like a really small team, and that the unfortunate thing with game development is when a game is really successful, often they just take that as a big win, and they don't go like, well, we should put a really big team on it now and really support it. It's like, no, that's just, this team made a lot of money for us, let's just keep it lean, you know, like that. And that seems to be the case, so just the way it is. The elevator music's cute, yeah. But I don't know, complete guesswork. Maybe there's a technical reason. I can't think of one though. But I'm not very smart. Alright, this should make enough for me to get to just to do these upgrades happen in the background. Sorry, thanks Tim. Do I multi-stream? No, just on YouTube. Right, so once I upgrade the Caterium, that in theory will have a really long trickle down effect for the quick wire, and then we can mark off saying that we've done adaptive control units at 100%. In theory. I do feel like there'll be, oh, he's trying to mount her. I do think that not sorting out the belt stuff with the quick wire, like all the merging and stuff that's going up there, probably means that it's not going to work. But it might. Maybe. We need something like 720 on the belt, or 750, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe it'll just work. Alright, what are we missing? Supercomputers as well, damn. Oh, I left them in a container, didn't I? Damn it. Ugh, let me go back and get them. I'll be quick. Try to be quick. There are dimensional depots, I just don't automate supercomputers, and I had some on me, and when I'm upgrading all these belts, I'm filling up with like a bunch of crap, so I just quickly threw down a container, put my inventory into it, so that I could just do the upgrades and deletion and stuff without making a bunch of dismantle crates. And I forgot to pick it back up, so I left a container in that factory full of my inventory, basically. But when the save was made, there was no dimensional depots either, so there are still like containers everywhere full of random crap that I'm trying to like slowly burn through. I'm putting depots on top of each one, and over time, like, they're being consumed, you know, they're being drained whenever I build these things or use their components. What's in there? There's like high-speed connectors and crystal oscillators in those ones. Oh yeah, I always forget that this Rocketfuel allows you to be really nimble. I just did like a 180 on the spot there. Like, it cuts your momentum. In a good way, I guess. There's a flickering yellow light over there, and that's what we're basically working to solve. Right, so let me dump this crap again. Now we can take this all back. So, did I have supercomputers? Apparently not. So, cool. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. God, I'm an idiot. Got 6. A few things I just don't need anymore, right? So let's just empty out this inventory a bit more. So I don't need all these stacks of computers. I do need the radio control units because I don't make them. That can go. Keep the concrete. Don't need that. The alclad I do want to keep. Don't need that. Alright, and then pull from inventory first. Okay, cool. Oh, the game is a time sink. Yeah, indeed. I have 100 hours and still far from the late game. I think nice quality of life thing Coffee Stain could add would be implement a quicker way to swap fuel types on jetpacks. Yeah, I mean, it'd be... There's a lot of things. It'd be great to merge the jetpack and the hoverpack. Okay, but if you don't want to do that, fine. It would be nice, yeah, if you could add a click of a button. Select your fuel type somehow. That'd be cool. I was going to mention something else that I've wanted to do with hotkeys, but anyway, yeah, I totally agree. Oh, using fuel from the depot, I think would be cool. You don't even have to carry it. Not that it's a big deal, but it's like, yeah, that'd be nice. Get a VTOL pack that my Switch... Wait, what? What? Get a VTOL pack that my Switch modes? Not a bad idea. What about getting a VTOL pack? I don't know what a VTOL pack is. A VTOL to me is one of those... It's like a halfway between a helicopter and a plane. Those things. The only way I can describe it. Like those planes that have angled engines. Vertical takeoff and landing. Is that what VTOL actually stands for? God, I never knew that. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. I'd also like the hover pack to be able to just let me stabilize instead of always moving a little bit. That'd be nice too. Right, so I have to make some super... Well, I think I can do this one myself, can I? Yeah. Let's say it. Alrighty, there we go. Oh, have to do the upgrade. That'd be nice, but 780 we'll have to deal with. Cool. I don't know if that one truck's gonna be enough now. I might need 2. Maybe. Yeah, as we're thinking of the trucks, I did want to just check the nodes out that way to see if they're getting backed up or not. The truck has to go in there and then drive down to that place. And the station's now going to fill up in 3 minutes. I do think you'll probably need a second truck on it. Welding a hover pack and a jetpack together. It would be cool, like you just have another equipment piece and you need both to make it. I would do that. And you know, I would give you the hover pack maybe a little sooner, and then give you the kind of electric hover pack or whatever we want to call it, or the electric jetpack or something. Give you that like, I don't know, a little bit later in the game. So it's great, but yeah, you still don't get that for a little bit. Yeah, thought that might be the case. All right, no big deal. Get another truck and add it onto this location. So this. Do I have coal on me? Ugh. Coal here? No. The only drawback with this system. That's what we're waiting on, doing the biofuel upgrade. We just unlocked drones today, so it's not that far away. Move away from coal. Is there coal nearby? Just anything. Otherwise I just have to wait for a truck to come by and steal some. There's one coming down now. He doesn't know. You know, you could set up a quick small factory to build automated. Yeah, I know. Was that? I hope that was a joke. Yeah. Bonk. I have a factory that has plates and rods, so we could just build one there. This is the copper Caterium factory, and we're this outpost here. And just really quickly, it's not a different one for the same area, is it? No. That gamepad in the hub would be a nice place to have a notepad. Did you know that you can open Steam, and here you've got notes, and it saves it on the cloud per game, and you can make loads, and you can keep loads of stuff in here. I would recommend that. Almost got copyright by Square Enix. Alright, cool. We've got 3 trucks waiting now. You don't really need to wait as long actually anymore, because now you've got a higher throughput thing. I'll probably change that. I can't get to it. Just get in the truck. 20 seconds. 30 is probably good. Alright, they'll work themselves out. They'll be 30 seconds behind each other all the time, which is good. So I still need to do... Oh yeah, so I need one more batch of supercomputers, and that will give me the last node for Caterium. Then we'll be done. Why did I run down here? Oh, I wanted to check if those miners were backed up. Yeah, got distracted, I guess. Oh, I need to turn off their nodes, actually. They're still on. Ow. I don't have my sloops with me. I don't know what I'm doing with them. I had 8 today. Or yesterday, and now I've got none. I don't know where they are. Keep misplacing them. Somehow. Yeah, I don't know. I know that 4 are working on fused frames. Oh. I'm back. Damn it. Found the couch? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what the hell did I do with them? All I've ever used them for is making supercomputers. I did use, maybe I still have that built at the hub, and they're still there. I guess so. It's like the only place they could be. Just need one more. Thank you. Oh, that was a joke. Okay, sorry. It was just said so. I read it so seriously that I was like, ah. Yeah, I really should do it though, because like at the iron factory we have those two components. Maybe I'll just do that right after we're done with this, because it is quick. It's like one machine basically, and it can be a really low rate because it just doesn't matter, right? I think I put it off long enough. Oh, I'm missing a turbo motor. Damn. Can I even make those? Because we found a bunch. Oh yeah, I guess so. Oh, you can do it at a crafting bench too. That's nice. Love the Oasis series and following along. When's the next video gonna drop? This weekend. Yeah, probably Sunday. Maybe tomorrow, but probably Sunday. And thank you, by the way. That's funny, actually. We could almost get everything out of just this one node in future. No trucks needed. Alright, let's head back up. We need to add one more truck for the Caterium, but then that's it, I think. We'll wait for the Caterium truck to arrive. So the Caterium gets dropped in here. It looks like it's actually just been here because it's full. So this needs to be Mark 5 out of its mind. Okay, that's all good. I'm going to be building up a bunch of stuff again. Shame all my colors get destroyed here. Long time on it back in the day. Thank you, Billy Moon. Thank you very much. Appreciate that a lot for becoming a channel member. Good reasoning to give the entire thing a new paint job. Yeah, I know, right? I guess so. I would like to clean some of this stuff up. I don't know how people would feel about that in terms of how interesting things are. Okay, so that's that. Now we just need to continue it over here, and at least the group is here, so it's not like super long bouts for this. 5. Alright. Roll along the top for now. Okay, so 780 divided by 3 is 260. We are good after that. Alright, should just do the same for the bottom one. But that's really the one that we were trying to feed anyway, so that's our layer done. And Caterium's totally backed up anyway, so this probably is totally overkill for now, but we will use it eventually. Just enough alclad. We're eating into the cloud alclad right now. Got it then. Mark 5 goes in here, splits 3 ways. Excellent. Alright, we didn't connect those ones. That's fine. We'll just leave it at these. What's your problem? What? Oh yeah, no, that's right. Don't worry about that. So these ones, 3 layers that we care about. Yeah, they're all good. Okay, good. Excellent. All right. Jeez, man. That's Caterium hopefully done. Let's head over to the electronics factory real quick, and we'll just see if they're now getting the quick wire we expect to see out of there, which is something like 780 per minute. So it's the silicon factory. We've just added some stuff up here. We were aiming to get the 780 in from the factory correctly. It is a full 780 actually, thinking about it, so it does need to be doing everything correctly. That's a tough one. All right. I don't even know where the Caterium comes in. Oh, it's over there, isn't it? Yeah. This is all the belts of Caterium, like, so one of these is going to be the ones that we improved. Mark 2. Check if that makes sense later, but they are all backed up, so it looks fine to me. So I think it was this line that we were concerned about, so it seems full. This is Mark 5. Yeah. Okay. Fine by me. We follow this. This will lead us to the electronics factory. Ain't seen no gaps yet. Obviously, given some time, who knows. I believe it's this one. Ooh, I'm liking that. I think there are gaps somewhere then. Yeah, there are gaps, I think. Hard to tell, like it's obviously moving so fast, but it looks like there are. Although I don't know. There, it doesn't look like there is. Here, it definitely looks like really compact. Oh, there we go. Gotcha. Son of a bitch. Better. Yeah, there we go. That could be why it was backed up, so it will need time for us to know. You want Enya music in the elevator? That's funny. There we go. It's just caught up. Nice. Oh dear. I love how I just built this so far down for I don't know why. Copper sheets looks super good as well, which is good to see. Alright, so the goal is to get this with no gaps at some point in a few seconds, and if there's no gaps, it should eventually fill that entire line. If that line entirely fills, then we get our 9 adaptive control units per minute. That's what we wait for. Would randomly see a video of yours pop up and watch it, then fell into Northern Forest series, and I'm on the Phase 4 start. Oh nice, cool. I'm at the beginning of Phase 4. Northern Forest, so that's the streams, yeah. You're pretty far along then. I don't think the Phase 4 took me that long then to finish, the final phase. Is that 4 or 5? I can't remember. Once we get into quantum stuff, it's like it actually goes pretty quickly. Great time killers, and love the long format for seeing the full detail builds. Nice, thank you, Billy. Alright. Could help this along just a little bit. Let's get some quick wire for myself. Just toss it in some of these machines just to fill them up. The manifold make its way down faster. Are these Mark II belts? They are. Lifts, I should say. I like that they look reversed. Usual. It just messes with your mind when you see that. Right, so I manually fed that last one, but the last 3, but they should, once they cycle, we should see the belt moving pretty smoothly after that again, I guess. Anything else I don't want? Don't want that. I'll keep a little bit of stuff on me. That can go. That can go. All of this can go. Thing seems good though. Green lights across the board. It'll take a little while for the, you know, the high-speed connectors to kind of manifold their way in. Although they're not doing too bad. They're at 100 for 100 to there, then 52, then 10, and then 9. Again, I could help it out just a little bit. Just because that can take a really long time to fill, so drop some in there. Kind of don't want to drop some in here. Want to leave it with a little bit so we get to see it truly doing its thing, otherwise it'll take even longer, so just upload that back. This is at 100%, that's pretty good. Oh man, it took way longer than I thought. I guess ultimately there's more to do than I thought to get it exactly how we want it. Seen a couple gaps now on this belt. That's no good. Yeah, still work to be done. I'd like to fix that. Quite important. So let's try to maintain at least one full 780 per minute quick wire belt. Machines are all in place. The ore and everything going in is correct. It's just the way I've merged it is going to have problems, basically. And we know the belt's fine, like capable of doing it. It's just, yeah, it must be the way it's coming out of the machines. I was way too invested in watching the belt fill properly. That's what it's all about, man. It's been 3 hours to try to build to that, basically. But now I'm upset. Why is it looking good there? But not here. Let's try to feed this a bit more normally. To be honest, this doesn't, it's not needed. Just get rid of that. Is that like a really weird angle now? Hang on. Like, this will be given a belt track at some point in the future. I don't know. It depends on the other ones and where they're going before I'll commit to it. Let's just try to make this one look okay. I have a weird suspicion that that's causing glitches. I don't know. I don't think it shouldn't, but I'd like to just at least have a clean looking belt so I don't have to worry. Too long, okay. You know what? I'll put that down at the source. That's more important. We've backed it up now, so it kind of depends what's happening down there. It was filling the depot. There's no depot connected to that one, was there? Oh, was there? No. That was connected to a different one. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Oh, good call. Thank you. That must have been it. Oh, that'd be great if that's it. Then there's no other issue. Nice, yeah, thanks. I wouldn't have noticed that for quite a while. I just assumed it was going to a different one. Alright, so it's merged there. So I just have to trust the past hour, and whoever we thought it should be merged it correctly. And that we are getting 780 per minute. Looks good though. Because they could be backed up, so I don't know if I'm getting my true number just yet. Kind of want to know when they're just running. But I guess we'll just find out over time. Hypnotic, yeah, it is. I love the way it falls down. Okay. Are these belts all reversed? Oh yeah, they are. Oh god. Like, they visually are, I mean. That's silly. Anyway. Because these are the inputs. They go up and this comes down. Could do a priority merger, actually. It'd probably make this work a lot better. We go from there first, take from there last. That's fine by me. That's interesting. So it is finding a gap every now and then. Or it did. Yeah. Weird. There was a tiny gap somewhere, I guess. Like he was able to squeeze one on. Alright, cool. Oh yeah, now we're seeing the gaps. That's what I was looking to see. You shouldn't see it being continuously emptying all the time. That's good. This belt will now drain that quicker and get it to stabilize because of the priority merger. That's quite nice, actually. Cool. All right, I'm pretty confident now with the priority merger. Definitely, it'll merge the way it should. All right, I think that's finally that done. Adaptive control unit done. Now we're gonna do one of the most annoying problems ever, which is aluminum water recycling. Before the stream, I've actually set up two. So basically, I've built a whole setup where we recycle the water. And there was a comment on the previous stream as well saying like, oh, you know, you get issues when you've gone underground with it, like you're bringing your pipes vertically. It's not just on a flat plane that you're recycling. Now we did that in the previous streams campaign and it was fine. You know, well, it wasn't fine. It took a little bit of working out, but yeah, knowing that you get a priority if you're going down, and less of a priority if you have to go up, you know, work that into it. I guess I didn't really work that into it this time, so that could be the thing that's causing the issues. What's happening is over a long period of time, the recycling water is not getting out because the input water is taking precedence. So at the beginning of the stream, I decided, okay, I'll try to solve this myself just with one example. So on there's 6 of these big blocks. On one of them, I built the pipes raised, so it's different. Like, hopefully the priority works out. On the other one, I set the valves to have the exact rates. Normally, you don't really use valves that way. They all have valves on them. They don't have, like, the numbers configured. So I'm just curious now. They've been running the whole game, 3 hours. It'd be curious to see, like, is everything all jammed? Did one of these examples work? That's what we're going to go find out. The merge comes from the previous block. Is that block running? It is, yeah. In low volume, but it is. Did I upgrade the water at that place? Oh god, I don't think I did. I might have to just quickly go over and check on that as well. Yeah, that's the last thing to do. Looks good though. Everything seems to be running. Not catching any yellow lights anywhere. Seems like, I mean, today we've actually gone, I'm really proud of what I've done today. Like, a lot of stuff has been changed. Removed so many machines, reconfigured them, and a yellow light on this. Oh, it's just can't get out. I don't care about that. I mean, I would like to fix that, but that's fine. If it was lacking limestone, I'd freak out, because we worked on those trucks yesterday for quite a while. So that concrete goes in to make heavy modular frames. I wonder, is it running out of something else? Right, so I'm just going to go check the water situation for the Caterium. We worked out earlier that it's 1-to-1. So we need 260 water on each line. Because it's 780 ore. The amount of ore corresponds to the water, so it's 780 water, but that's divided by 3 groups, so it's 260 water per group. I'm not sure how I've done the water though. We'll just have to see how it's divided up. Alright. Nope, that's not this place. Over here. 1, 2, 3. Well, the water is getting backed up. It's an interesting configuration. So it's 260 times 2. Right, that's why. So it needs 520 water. 520 divided by 5, it's 104. It's just like what we did earlier. Now these are getting backed up. And Did I ever make it a Mark II pipe on the other side, actually? Don't know if I did either. These need to be Mark II. Because there's no way they're getting enough if it wasn't Mark II, right? So. And who designed this? 3 pumps. Could do it just one. Do like the elevators. All right. Water. That should be it. I mean, everything's so backed up, I don't even know. Well, I guess it's because not all the Caterium has been used. We just dealt with one little line, which is like basically a portion of this, so not a big deal if it's backed up. But yeah, it'd be nice. Eventually, the goal really is to obviously have it all in motion together. That'd be the goal. But at least it's not broken. Get out of here now. Mark that it's done. That's adaptive control units, I think, pretty much done. Aluminum testing and aluminum smelting. So we're going to test this water problem. You don't need a Mark II pump. Mark I pumps work on Mark II pipes. No problem. Mark I, I just double check, but I'm pretty sure they don't have a throughput amount. Yeah, it just sets the head lift to 20 meters. The 3 pumps are there already. It's already working. Like, it'd be better to have a Mark I or a Mark II pump on it, just because that probably takes you to the height the 3 are doing. Maybe. I mean, if there's 3, it must be going to 60. So actually, probably, it would probably need 2 Mark IIs, which would be more expensive than 3 Mark Is. A Mark I can pump 600, yeah. Just a pump. Just how high it sets the head lift. After finally catching up, thanks for your entertaining content. When you upgraded your quartz factory, you forgot to turn on one of the water extractors. Did I? Okay, we can go over and fix that as well. How big is that building? Really big. It's really big, and then if you count the building it extends onto, very big. It's 6 floors. One of which is like the basement where the water extractors are. So I think it's in sandwich terms, it's like the basement, and then we've got, there's a mini floor, which is the belt release room, which is kind of still the basement. Then you've got logistics 1, right? So all the truck stations and the ore and everything that gets fed up to the machines. So the next floor up is the walking around floor, like there's the control room and all the machines for refinement. So all the refineries on that next layer. So basement plus a little bit of control, like sinks, is the basement. Power control and logistics. Sorry. Basement water and awesome sinks. Very bottom layer. Next layer, logistics 1. It's the truck stations, all the ore. Kind of refinement or machine layer 1, where all the machines are, plus the power control room. Then we have maintenance and ventilation, which is like all the refineries' chimney stacks goes out, and there's some power management up there. Then there's logistics 2, which is okay, everything that came up from the refineries now gets handled in there. Then there's machine floor 2, which is like assemblers and constructors and anything else. And that's it. Oh, you can build, I'm sure. That's just a big building. That top floor is going to have a train station on it. some point. Alright, so just gonna head over to the quartz factory. It's pretty close by. Just check on this issue that EA Chekhov mentioned. He said that I forgot to turn on one of the water extractors. So let's go check it. A hypertube cannon? I don't really like them. I have that one that aims down this way. Probably gonna get rid of it. Once I build the train, we'll just ride the train every time we need to go down here. We do have a yellow light. Is it water? Yep. So what are we expecting? $333 water is what we should have. Really should be a doorway in the middle. There's your problem. Just while I'm here, I'll paint these. Yeah, well done, EA Chekhov. Thank you. See, now this looks like a building I designed. Just pure brutalism, clean concrete everywhere. Yeah, that was the idea for this one. It was all done with kind of blueprinted, brutalist style, like doors and stuff in mind. Really uniform, quite simple. And like 2 layers of like thick concrete around the place. Yeah, I thought it would be kind of cool to do that. And it is, I like it, it's good. And it's relatively quick to do brutalist style buildings compared to other things. Yeah, so to help the water situation, just temporarily, I will just pause. I mean, both these lines will be fine, but just make sure that the water can make its way all the way down to everyone. Then we'll just turn them back on and be okay. Want these to fill. We'll just give that a minute. While I'm waiting, I'll just keep painting. Anything else? Okay, and then the belts I think were just dark gray, but with the quartz kind of pink flare. I believe it's the same for here. So yesterday we just upgraded this place to do Mark V belts as well, so things just recently changed here. Which is why everything's stopped getting its paint job. No, it's, I think, cosmetically done, actually. You just copy this. I mean, back in the day, I used to underclock just one machine, and then that's why I'd always list the percentages. But it's really, like, it's not worth it. anymore. So, because now I clock them all the same. And even if I didn't, it was a bit redundant doing like 10 machines all with 100 and then one with not. But yeah, nice. It's cool the way the signs snap onto them. Definitely do something else with them. I like numbering them. Still kind of cool doing that. And then sometimes I create like maps. Is that correct? I accidentally pasted the wrong thing onto this. There we go. Sometimes I do like production maps in signs that show you like, oh, number 14 is doing this or whatever. Just to wait for that to get its water again, I just accidentally changed the recipe. Sorry, I missed some stuff, but I'm back. Want to ask, what have you eaten? What have you eaten, man? What have I eaten? Today, what did I have today? I had noodles. I had some Nissan Demi noodles or something it's called. Nissan, yeah, one of these. A pack of spicy Nissan Demi ramen noodles. Just on its own. Love it. Very nice. That was my breakfast. And that's it. So, haven't had that much today. The importance of commas. What have you eaten, man? Should we turn these on now? Yeah, I got the to-do list. So it seems like it actually just collapses. And that's why it doesn't show sometimes. So something makes it collapse. I don't know what, but you can just expand it. That seems to be the case anyway. Alright, we got our water back. Let's continue. Alright, there we go. 100% hopefully. It's going to empty out the miners so that they're never backed up, and then that's it. This factory is done. It's this way. Oh, I say done, there's one last thing to do, but we'll leave it. It's the awesome sink is off in a weird position. This could do with having a few lights in here. Oh, and we could color this. Can't aim through there anymore. They changed that. What was it? Glass foundation?
While I admire your investment in your work, invest it somewhere more productive.
Ate it. Oh no. Well, I love that there was one over there and I clearly just built one. So now I would hope that they just run at 100%. We can cover that back up. Oh, there we go. But invalid customization target. Can't make it a coated concrete foundation. What? Oh. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Anyways, right, GG. That's thank you for that. That factory is now done. Another problem off the list. Go back to the aluminum factory. Oh my god. Instant noodles are great. Yeah, I love them. That's my favorite brand. I was actually making, so I also like the other brand, it's called McDonald's, not like McDonald's, the burger joint, but McDonald's, N-N-E-L-S, Donald's. McDonald's Super Noodles, and I think it's Bachelor's now or something, but it's the same branding, I think. And they're like kind of thicker, and there's a curry version, and I just like that. I used to have that when I was like, when I'd come home from school, I'd have that quite often. Something kind of nostalgic about it for me. But I genuinely really like it as well. World has been so overgrown. Anyway, I was cooking those, and then Greg from Manor Lords. Oh yeah, I don't know if this is a 3-hour-old response here, but someone early on asked about Manor Lords, and I said like, oh, did you see the blog? And then just never caught if they did or not. Anyways, Greg from Manor Lords was like messaging me and asking something, and I just like started like replying, and I just completely forgot about them. This has happened twice now, actually, just recently, where I've left the cooker on. And I realized it, not that late, like 5 minutes after the fact or something. And I went out and it was just like all solid on the pan. Like it was starting to like burn into it. And I was like, damn. Scrub it all out. And then I went with the Nissan Demi ones. That's what happened to me this morning. Let me get rid of some of these. Right, so yeah, let's see if this test worked. Oh my god. So this is the control test number 1 where I raised the pipes. Not control test, it's just test number 1. I raised the pipes to see if they'd work. So they've broken down. This is the one where I set the valves. And they're still going. Kind of. Half of them aren't. And it's starting to pool a little bit. What's your deal? You just got backed up. But you guys had your valve set as well, so it's a bit of a hard one to gauge. If I did the same thing for both. Did I? Maybe I didn't. Let's see. No, I did, yeah. I know there's like things about like, oh, you can only set within like multiples of something. I just thought I'd try it just to see. That didn't work. It's weird that it almost worked. Oh, it's gonna be a long night. Hello from Poland. Hello, ZZ Gaming. I prefer the Sapporo brand myself, but instant noodles are a great invention. Lunch is also important, man. Don't miss it. It's all good. I'll eat later. It's 7 o'clock p.m. time for me, so that's all I've had today. I had it at 11 a.m. I'm good. I just kind of eat when I'm hungry. I do try to have dinner, obviously, every day, but it is generally like at different times. I mean, 6, 7, and 8. Sometimes at 10 if I'm finished streaming, you know. Right, so let's open up the Amelia note and check on this factory. We're using the underclocked version here. The 780 is coming in. Now, there's other ways to do it. We could sink the water and all that. I want to make it work, though. It's the challenge of getting it to work. So we've got 234 water coming out of 3 refineries and cycling back in to a pipeline here. For some reason, it eventually gets backed up. This cannot make it back onto that line, even though this has been set correctly. Right, we need 390 after they merge. But it's proven to be a struggle to make that happen. Now, there's lots of reasons for it, right? You know, pipes, gravity affects pipes. So if we have a look at, let's have a look at a standard one that hasn't been affected yet. So this would be a normal group where we first experienced this problem. So basically we have our like pipelines here. So one comes in. Alright, so this would be our 312. Okay. 312 comes in. And then obviously it does go up. It has a pump somewhere far back, so it's not, don't worry about the head lift. But it does go up, and then it comes down onto this. That's our first little junction. Now junction, water just goes where it can. It's going to try and go left, try to go right. There are valves here to encourage the direction. But they're not set to anything. They're just encouraging direction. No backflow. Alright, so then Yeah, so this is at this point here we're looking at, right? So there's a valve here, and then we go into 156 and 156. Okay, so that's the 156 and 156 on the other side, and then we have another merge thing here. Okay, now when we first run the machines, remember there's no water on this side, there's nothing coming back this way, just this one. This one's just feeding here, it goes this way, it hits a wall, it goes back, and eventually it'll get pushed up. It goes into the machines. And things work well. They work well for about 40 minutes to an hour. No issues. And then you notice just a very slight amount of water gets backed up. So the other water is on the other side of this. So the refineries that are doing the output, the water falls down, comes this way, eventually rolls along, and then is feeding onto the same junction to try and push up. But obviously, this one is getting the priority rather than this one. We need to find a way to make it not do that. We need this one to have the priority. Now, the way I tried to solve that, before I read any chat, because everyone's going to have a billion ideas about this, everyone always does, and I don't mean that disparagingly, it's like no one really knows. The way I tried to solve that here was I raised the pipe. So the pipe coming back, this is the recycling pipe, is raised, and it joins the junction here. But you know the problem here? The water's just going to fall down. Probably. I don't know. Either way, this didn't work either. Something went wrong. So, just like the other ones, our main pipe comes in, it splits, it goes here, and it is doing a weird kind of junction thing here, but it's not really about the junction. There's a valve here. Do a dual loop, return with a valve on the input. Set the fill rate with the valves. Then buffer to compensate for refineries' consumption not being synchronized. I love it. There's all different suggestions. Could you send the 234 to 2 dedicated refineries? See, this is the other thing. If I was rebuilding this now, what I would probably say is, yeah, like, you split, I said this yesterday actually, which is the recycled water that comes out of all these, add it all up and just send it to like one refinery, you know? Something like that. That'll probably be the easiest way to do it. We've got 6 layers of these. We could try a variety of different things without having to do it to all of them and just test it. I won't mess with that one because that's the one with the raised pipes right now. The next one was the one with the valve set, so we'll try this one. Third one down. Try something new with them. Valve on the fresh input pipe. So just to go over it, just really quickly, the second group. Right, here's the input pipe here, okay? So input pipe, don't worry about anything to the left of the screen, right? Just on the right. Input pipe goes up, comes down. We have a valve here. These are actually set to their values. That was just a test of mine. This one's actually run longer than all of the other ones, so this is the best one so far, funnily enough, but it's still not working overall. It's probably because the priority is still wrong, but this is the most accurate values, so it's taking the longest to go out of sync, or, you know, get fucked up. Then there's a valve here, the recycled water. So recycled water and pure, like, original water, and then it's going up this way. So there are valves on both, and they're both being set. So just so that we're clear, if that makes sense. On that test, that was a different test. So this one, now we've got a blank slate, basically, and we can say, oh, what do you want to try with this one? The easiest thing would be to take the water that comes out. Right, so we get 78, 78, and 78. And then just clock one of these refineries to take it. Like, so what is the 100% number? What are they looking for if they're at 100%? Well, I can't do 100% because we can't output that much. Yeah, that's why it's tough, actually. It's you could do it, but it's difficult to excuse me, fit all the scrap onto the appropriate belts. We shouldn't need any pumps, I don't think. Yeah, valves work fine in my opinion. setting the number is a little dicey, because apparently how valves work. We'll have a look at the wiki. It says something about how that they work in very specific multiples of 4 or something like that. So if you set a number that isn't of that multiple, you'll never get that number exactly. Yeah, and they're quoting the person that made that like document thing. So unlike pipeline pumps, valves don't block the head lift, even when their limit is set to 0. That's interesting. The valve is a pressure-sensitive attack. Yeah, there isn't really pressure in the game. Due to the finite number of valve values, trying to use precise numbers can prove detrimental. For example, in a 3 to 4 sloppy alumina to electro-aluminum scrap setup, where the third refinery's output is split and merged with the other two, the refinery will be unable to fully output through a valve set to 120, as the actual value is only 118.1. In this system, it would be necessary to set it to valve 121, which will give you a real value of 120.5. So this is like the whole thing about, if you set specific values, you're really dicey. Where can I see that number though? Like, what is it? What is the multiples number? Because maybe I could just set it to whatever the numbers are. It's 8-bit. I don't know what that means. 256 steps. I still don't know what that means. Just tell me what the number is. How many decimal points? So you're saying it's 256 steps divided by the whatever the flow rate is. So if it's 600 and there's only 256 steps, you can only set multiples of this. Would that be it? There are only 256 values to 0. Okay, cool, yeah. Because it's interesting. Let's just go back to the one that has the settings, and maybe I could just try reset it with the right values. Maybe. I still think it would eventually go wrong, but probably not for an extremely long time. So that's what we need. We need 234. See, the problem with this is this will need to be upgraded when I get the better belt speed in the future. So it's like, I don't want to do anything ultra specific. It'd be great if all I have to do is change some numbers, but yeah, so 234 is rolling back. But this is a 600 pipe, so we'll have to go... Give me that number again. Interestingly, that is like the number I need, really, 234. Okay. Give me that, and then I have to say 234 times, or divided by... I'm confused. I need to find the step that's closest to 234. How do I do that? The Verthor says, for a 300 pipe, 136. Why 136? But okay, divided by 300 is 0.5. Blah, blah, blah. Convert that to valve step. Oh, right. Okay. So if I say 234, thank you, divided by 600, that gives you that number. And then I times it by valve step. You said 255, but wouldn't it be 256? Yeah, I think it'd be 256, I would think. That gave me the same number. But I'm a bit confused, like what do I do with that now? 0 to 255 is 256. Ah, I see. Okay. 99.45. So that's how many steps. So then I would have to say 99.45. Am I using instant scrap or default? Whatever this is. It's taking in coal and alumina. I just don't know what I do with that number now, because that number isn't what I need to set the valve to. No way, right? No way. It's so low. 99.45. That's how many steps along it is. Not the clock speed either. Ferithor, because you understand this, could you do this for me? Like, just this bit. So 234 is what I'm aiming to get. I want a valve as close to that number as we can, just to see what it is. It's on a 600 pipe. How'd you get that? Random channel 234.375. It would be 232.94. Now we're getting different numbers. But how are we getting this number? I don't understand. If I could learn how to do that, then I can just do it for the other stuff. What if you had a buffer at the end of the residual water output? I don't know why a buffer would help anything. Because it's a priority thing, isn't it? It's like this is taking priority. And I want this to take priority. There's a buffer here or a buffer there. Doesn't really change anything in my view. We need to decide how to make this have a priority. So it could be you join this on at a different place or something like that. I don't know. You're saying the 0.39 that we're getting times 255 is that 99.45. The thing I don't understand is then you're saying 99 divided, so you're rounding it down. Why round it down though? Converting it, quotes, rounded, or brackets. It's like way too advanced for me, I think. The weird thing about this that I'm really getting confused on, I think, is, you know, my target 234. The pipe size 600. It gives me the 0.39. Great. Then you're saying times 255. Okay. Then you just said, then do 99 divided by 255. Why wouldn't I just divide this by 255? But that gives me back to where I was. But okay, I trust that you probably know what you're talking about. Because it doesn't support more exact numbers. But doesn't it have up to 4 rounding places, I thought? But I guess not. So you get your 99.45. And then you just divide... So you cut off the decimal point, I guess. Round it down. You just round the first number down, I guess? If you rounded the second number up, and then you'd round the other number up, it would be 100. But I'm not smart, so I don't know. That's what you're saying it should be. 234, but I need to set it to 232.94? And I need to apply that same logic here. That is 156 divided by 300 equals 0.52 times 255 is 132.6. So I take my 132, whoops, I divide it by 255 and I times it by 300 and I get 155.29. Apparently that's the number we gotta pop in. It seems like it's always lower though. I would have thought you'd want it to be that little bit higher, but I guess, okay. Alright, and then So this group is now refreshed, effectively. That's insane. It cannot be lower. You want to round up, not down. You do want it to be higher. Okay, so you need to set it higher to actually get 234 out. Setting it to 234 will give you 230. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see. Okay. Well then, I think I can work it out just using what you just told me. But rounding up instead of down, right? That would... Seems like that would fix it. I don't know. But if I was just to follow that step again, one more time. 156 divided by 300. 152 times 255. 132.6. So instead of rounding down, I could round up. You said, I think before I just cut off the number. Now I'm going to say 133. I'm lost. Damn. Divided by, yeah, 255. Times 300. So it's 156.47. So it's 0.47 higher than needs. I wonder if I could just fix it by letting this be a little higher anyway, right? Because it's like, yeah, I want this to have the priority. Although I don't, that's not how it works. It's like artificially let less through. I don't think that'd be right. No, I understand it's not going to give me the exact amount. I was just wondering if we could ballpark it to be more accurate, and maybe it failed because it wasn't accurate. But yeah, this is just a quick option. Then we're going to try and actually build a proper solution. But it's just like a maybe thing because this was pretty close to working. 234 divided by 600 equals this times 255. Whoops. 99.45. So we'll say 100 divided by 255 times 600. 235.29. That's way higher. I don't know if I did something wrong, but I did round up a lot, so. Here we go. Darren said it. They're making priority junctions for 1.2. Well, if I say it, they do it. That'd be amazing power to have. There's a lot of things I'd like them to do then, if that's the case. I hate math. Yeah, I'm not very... As you can tell, I'm not very good at it. Just try to do it so that I can get things accurate. Right, well anyway, we'll leave that. We'll come back to this and see, did that work a little bit later. But over here is where we're going to try and kickstart this one to be correct. What do we want to do? I need to figure out something logical. But basically, this needs to have priority over this. How can we make that happen? And remember, I had this raised over that, and it didn't work. But could it be the case that this should merge in... like somewhere up here first, and this comes into a different part of it? We don't need a pump. Stop with the pumps. Pumps don't do anything here. The head lift's not an issue. We have full head lift, and that's all pumps do anyway. The valves do the same thing as a pump in terms of direction, so direction's fine. So our recycle comes out here. And you could just plug straight in there. And then we could try to plug the other thing in somewhere else. I just don't know if that would make any difference. Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out, random channel. I was like, that was the first thing I was trying to do, which is what's the closest step, 234375, to the number I was looking for. I didn't know how to get that value though. Anyway. Why not connect the two pipes above the foundation so it's not connected below? Two pipes above the foundation. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, right. So like, so this stays above. We'll just cut through and go upstairs for a sec. So you're saying like, effectively take this pipeline, bring it around here, and plug it in there. So that one stays horizontal. And the other one feeds from the bottom. That could work. I'm willing to try it. One has to feed from the bottom though, doesn't it, really? Yep. So I've done a similar thing to group 1, but I'm willing to try this, see if it works. Because I did that where I made sure that the recycled ones were higher than the other one coming in, but it didn't matter. But I like the idea of it and it just never goes down at all. It just stays the same height. Maybe that's even better. Now, just to reset this as well, we'll just flush this. That gives the priority, just first of all, to those ones. I have to do the same for the other side, though. It's kind of dependent on both having the same situation going on. There's some stuff here that's going to be just temporarily in the way, but we'll just clip through it just to see if it works. Alright, let's try that. Okay, so the experiment at the moment is this group is now doing like precise valves. This group is now doing a horizontal recycling system, so that what comes out never goes down. So what we could do is, if we really wanted to, I don't think it matters, but we could cut this. Cut that. These valves aren't set, they're just directional, but really now it's just all one direction, so. But the problem is it'll take a while to figure it out, to see if it works or not. So you expect some fluttering and going up and down, but then eventually it's all based on this water coming back around. Alright, so the two different methods we're trying at the moment. It's worked fine for me. In this particular type of build, way I've done it, because I've done recycling before and it's worked, and I don't think I had any valves, but I don't know, just something with the way I've done it this time. I'm noticing, and it could be because we're going down underneath. That's what someone in the comments thought anyway. But yeah, the one pipeline's taking precedence over the other. I don't know why. What if you plug the wastewater into the other end instead of the end where the fresh water is coming? I'm not sure what other end you mean. Or would putting a pump right before the freshwater junction? No, pumps don't work if it's just horizontal. Yeah, I don't think a pump would encourage... I mean, it'd be an interesting test, but I don't think so. We basically have to wait for these to run back up to 100%. But what else we could do? Because we can come back to this, because it might take a while. I guess we can chop trees and get rid of some crap up here. There's a bunch of smaller little things to do. Want to have a chainsaw? Okay. Get rid of all this random stuff that's everywhere. Hey Ultrafox and Abby Gian Rishi. Did you use the feature of the persistent paintables, where the pipe accept the color of the fluid that are inside of the pipe? I used to use it. I'm on the experimental version of the game now, and mods don't work. But that's a built-in feature now. Almost. There's a few missing things from it, but for the most part, in the vanilla version of the game now, if I was to copy this pole, it'll have the color. One thing that it doesn't have, that persistent paintables has, is if I copy this, and then I change it to a Mark II, it loses the color. In persistent paintables, it keeps it. Persistent paintables also allows me to look at an object and take its color if I have my painter out, and I can't do that either. So they've implemented one part of it, just not a few of the other ones. We're almost at 100. But again, it could take hours. I mean, it could take like literally an hour. Because these all work fine until an hour passes by, and then it's like, it stops working. So it's like, it's a tough one to figure out immediately anyway. I wouldn't restrict the output water either. Yeah, I haven't restricted the flow on these. So there's no restriction, sorry, on these ones. These are the ones we just worked on. So this is the test bed. These ones haven't had their flow restricted or anything like that. They are now just sending their output here, around, and in. That's the only difference. They are receiving from the bottom though still, but maybe because this is coming from underground, this will have priority. If that is the case, that works. That's all we need to do. That'd be great, because it's quite simple to add that. I would have thought that it would be the same case either way though, because this was coming from the top. You know, so I always thought like this would have had priority anyway, but maybe not. Because my fear now is that this will just go out this way and it'll fall, it'll like go down. But maybe it'll just be pushed back up, I don't know. At some point it will be pushed back up because it has to be. I just don't want this to be pushed up and it pushes this way and it blocks this coming out. I mean, we could do a valve here that stops it going the wrong way. Do you think that's worth it? Like a little valve there going that way, so it's like whatever comes up from here, no matter what, never goes this way or uses anything. I don't know if we need to do that, but anyway, it's empty now. Good. While we're doing all this troubleshooting, we can finally do some cosmetics here, or just like get rid of all the jank. I guess part of the fun is figuring out stuff like this. Yeah, it'd be nice if valves just worked like they should, because that would kind of solve it. I could set the rate, and that would be it. But they don't, so we have to figure it out. I need a chainsaw, because I don't know where I left mine. What do I need? Of course. We had a container with screws in it somewhere as well. The screws I use for building awesome shops. What is that? I get this world organized. It's been saying it for too long. There's just too much random crap everywhere. Alright, let's make some screws. Lost my... I don't know where my summer slips have gone. They're just gone, missing. Feels so weird. Like in my desert series, it's so organized. So when I come here and I'm like, I just don't have things. I'm like, what's going on? Who played this? I did. I got rid of the Fibonacci sequence. It would be kind of fun to make a factory with a circular thing. Right, so chainsaw. I kept the solid biofuel. Okay. How? How did I just have it on me and I didn't see that? Anyway, okay. Well, now I've got two, just in case I ever lose one. What is this music? Alright. Your summer slips probably are near the hub. Yeah, I left 2 at the hub. There's 4, I think, at the fused frames, but then I'm definitely missing 2. I had 8. I don't know where they are. What do you want to get rid of? The ones that are clipping through things, really. You're such a baby sometimes? I know. I know. I normally watch at 2 times speed, and now without it, everyone sounds super tired and slow. Yeah, I do that sometimes too, and I get used to it. Even my own voice, because I often edit at like 1.5 times speed, and then when I play it back normally, I'm like, God, I sound like I'm drunk or something. Past you is not a veteran of the game. Yeah, no, that's true. Well, he couldn't have known certain things, like dimensional depots. They didn't exist. But also, there is just other things that are weird. Alright, we'll check back on that and just like, I don't know, I'll set a timer for a few minutes. I mean, I can't get rid of this, can I? Oh yeah, these things can't be removed yet. Hopefully someday. I like PA checkup can be my, like the person who always catches all the errors. That's your job now. It's really got me in a twist. 1200 bauxite, a lot to check. That's similar to mine actually. Well, how much do we have? I have... Oh, I've only got 6,900 bauxite. 12,000. That's a lot. I didn't even know that much was in the map. We're only missing 3 deposits, I think, in the swamp. Oh. Am I full yet? Nope. All the map is 12,300? Wow, okay. We're just slightly over half. Could be... Oh yeah, you've also got the converter, I guess, to get even more. Go set up portable miner automation as well. I like to keep the material because I feed all my trucks with biofuel and stuff, so it's useful. I just drop it into my biofuel factory and it sorts it for me, and then drones will deliver the fuel where they need to go. The moment I have to go there, in the future I won't even have to go there. I'll just do it wherever I am. Fix it doesn't waste. Plus, I also like to leave trees where they're needed. Or like where I don't use the factory, because then you, I don't know, it looks better. Game looks pretty barren without them, I think. But yeah, each to their own. Am I crazy, or are those pipes smaller than normal? No, they're normal. They're normal. I didn't do anything anyway. Nice to put in some glass floors somewhere. And lights, I guess. Good. Let's have a quick look at these, see how they're doing so far. Running at 100, not pooling up water yet. So far so good. Gotta give it time. What would be a good test is if we'll refresh these ones, and if they get backed up before them, well then we know this is working, because I just don't know the timescale for it. So we'll just refresh these. Just doing this does it. These should work for like at least 30 minutes. And then when they do eventually get backed up, it'll be like, oh, okay, so this is working better. It'll be a little way to test. Darn, wouldn't be this cool. Darn, wouldn't this be a cool mod? Having the dismantle option. Select a number of objects to dismantle and then clicking the middle mouse button to build them. Making a blueprint without really making one. Oh, so you just make a blueprint by going like this. Like, I want this stuff, and... So you're like, hey, I want this, and this, and this, and this, and then I want this section up here. Like, I'm painting all of it, and then I save it as a blueprint. That would be nice. That's never gonna happen, though. A mod, oh yeah, yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be a difficult mod, though. Because, again, saving blueprints requires a lot of custom scripting and, like, writing out to a file. Mods don't really do that kind of thing. But, yeah, it would be nice. Hey, Stockfish, by the way. Normal speed again. Oh, what a shame, that thing. How much further we need to really go? I think underneath this... Oh yeah, I guess we just keep extending out. And then anything poking through, we kill. Flying truck mod. Man, it's gotten very dark in here. I'll have to turn up brightness so you can see my beautiful face. I'm really bad at planning. I just wing it and then delete it and wing it again. That's the way to play. Yeah, as long as you have fun doing it. What space do I have? I got loads. Let me just fix my camera real quick. There we go. That's what it really looks like. It's like not that dark in here. Playing Satisfactory from the shadows. So this is the block we're concerned with, the ones that we've made changes to. This is our control block, one that we know does fail over time. Takes a really long time. So far so good though, no issues on either. And yeah, I'm just trying to build out some of the cosmetics of this place because, you know, in this save file, everything does look good except for this factory. So for the most part, or has some thought put into it. I might go exploring though as well. We're kind of low on spheres and stuff. It'd be nice to increase the upload speed. Only got 4. Maybe do a few of those other things like automate. These things I haven't yet, like the automated miners. The orange pipe supports. Oh, up there? Yeah, I saw that as well. Don't worry, it'll be fixed. It'll all be fixed. Is that a problem? No, that's fine. Just about out of concrete. It gains pretty fast, but yeah. Could do it more, I suppose. At least for this kind of build. We've got so much of it. Probably use coated concrete, make a big walkway here, but if we're going to extend the piping out, and the smelters are going to go on the left side, I guess. There's going to be 18 smelters per row. Now we have to figure out what to do with it all, and make the train stations look a bit better. Alright, we'll leave this place for a while. I'm going to dump this stuff in the liquid biofuel factory for a bit. We can build drones now. It would be tempting to set that up, actually. Just get that ready to be able to distribute. We build a few. We have an automated radio control units. We got enough to actually set up some sort of distribution. Yeah. Why not? Then we'll come back and see how we're doing here. So, I don't normally do this, but we're going to clip through the ground. Build up from the cave, because it's built into a cave. But there was no such thing as dimensional depots and stuff, and there was no need for drone distribution back then. So, now there is. And because of that, things change. Could build a whole new factory, or just clip through the ground with one little tube. There's that other dismantle crate. That'll be the last thing to do as well. It's like one of these odds and ends that we need to pick up from. All the way down here. Okay. These Mark 5? No, they're only 4. Oh yeah, the coal needs to be upgraded to 5. Not immediately, but soon. Once we build the smelters, it'll need it. I agree. Ostmu or Osmo. It's yeah, I use Milanote. When I plan and design factories, I just use the wiki and pen and paper, and then I put it into Milanote to make it look nice after it's planned, because it doesn't do any calculation for me. Purely a visual tool. You can do some calculations, like there's an Excel kind of thing built into it. But other than that, you know, it doesn't actually know about the game or anything. Right, so here we are then. So I think these are probably full. Yeah. because it is nowhere to go, because we don't distribute it. That's what I'd like to do. I want to distribute it now. I have a bit of a hacky way of doing it, but this might work. I've got a, the coal node down here is where all the trucks get their fuel from. So it does work. There's no need to change it, but I would kind of like to install a drone port here. And then the drone could just fly down and resupply all of these that way, and they'll just all get biofuel from down here. That way I don't need to redrive any routes or change anything. It's like, oh, cool, they just get it from here. I could put it into one of the factories that they all go to as well. Yeah, actually, that's probably better. So I could, yeah, build a drone port on top of the copper Caterium truck station and feed that with biofuel. Yeah, okay, I'll do that instead. So what we have to do is here. Thinking, where do we build up? So all of our biofuel is here. So this has to go straight up out. Up that way. Take this and bring it with me. Pop up there. We'll let it go through and then connect something up there and build some foundations. Melanote is free for a little bit. You could use it forever, but at a certain point, it like you can place a certain amount of objects and then you need to pay. I think it's pretty generous with the amount of objects, but yeah, I felt like I had to pay like almost immediately, to be honest. But I use it for other things. Never thought of building in a cave. Pretty cool. Thanks. Right, so we'll need some sort of foundations here. Well, yeah, bring it up to that height. Let me get some power over here. Autosave, sorry. Alright, we'll work with that height. Okay, well, you'll never know. It just works. All right, let's do, yeah, I guess Mark 4, why not? This will be the drone port taking stuff away. Then we need another one bringing stuff, like, that will be able to bring stuff in. Ah. There's no way to fuel the drones. Not yet. Well, we can still set this up. We do have rocket fuel, but we need to package it. We need to package it using aluminum. We're working on the aluminum plant right now. We're almost there. Fine. Give it some biofuel colors, I guess. I think I used purple lighting and copper teal. I think it's the other way around. Cool. And just for now, until we move that, connect it there. Arlanda. Yolanda. So this will be called, well, it's just liquid biofuel. Export. Well, it's LB for liquid biofuel, and then I'll just write liquid biofuel as well, just so I always know. We see it in the list, liquid biofuel export. Cool, so other places can call this to it now. So we need to build drones. or a drone. I don't know if there. What's a quick way of being able to fuel that thing? Packaged fuel. Even something just to get it moving now would be nice. I do have some rocket fuel. We can make rocket fuel. I have like 2 containers full of like the canister things or whatever, so we could do it. But it would run out until we automate it. Although these don't fly that often. I don't know, I'm kind of tempted to do that. So we can get it going. So one drone would have to fly down here and deliver the fuel. And then another drone would have to also deliver the raw materials in. So you need 3 drone ports total. So I'm just going to go back underground. We'll see where we can bring up... Well, actually, just... First attempt, I'm going to try and bring this down and then see roughly where it's getting placed and how good that looks, if not, or not. It'd be nice to keep these like pretty uniform. I mean, they could literally go side by side, I suppose. And the output would be in the center of this. Let's just see how far down is that. Put this for a second. This would be the material that needs to get sorted. It'd be difficult. Alright, just bring this with me downstairs and see where it's coming down, and if we can line up the container, the input container easily with that. Or just make a belt that goes over to it. Completely covered this cave. Yeah, there's no empty space in it. It. Oh, it's not bad actually. It is not bad at all. It needs to line up with these. It's almost perfect. That's great actually. It's so good. In a great spot. Brilliant. Alright, so just set it to there. Is that it? Here? Hard to tell. Like with that input. I think that's it. Give me this. Need a couple of these for a second. Dump my inventory in there for a moment. This is where it goes down. Yeah, that's okay. Just cut that for a minute. Oh, it's reversed. Oh well. Well, we're close enough. Get it when we go upstairs. I'll just plug right in, right? And we don't need this anymore. That was a hangover from when there used to be flowers in the game, but there isn't anymore. This better not be off. It shouldn't be, because it was in line with that, so I'm sure it's okay. Just bring it up from here. Now knowing that that's the correct position. And then we'll do another one, but just with a bit of a gap we can walk through. And this could just do what it was doing. Fine by me. Alright, so be full of wood or whatever. So all of this gets sorted downstairs if you haven't seen this place before. Anything, any bio-organic material. And if it's the wrong stuff, it should go into a container anyway for me to collect, just in case I threw something in I shouldn't have. Cool. And then what all we'll need to do is build a drone port far away. Like if we're somewhere in the world and I've got a bunch of stuff on me, it's like, oh, I don't want to go all the way down here. You just build a drone port. With dimensional depots, you now have that stuff like on you anyway. Build a drone port, put a drone on it, throw all the bio-organic material in, let it take off, let it fly away, delete the port, see you later, it's delivered. And then the distribution system here will just send it to wherever it needs to go then after the fact, so it's great. really drop any more in there for now. That's okay though. Cool. Alrighty. Let's go with Mark IV lift again, and we'll go straight up. But yeah, so this was built before any of that, so normally I wouldn't cheese my way through caves. What's up with the lighting in here? But I think in this instance, it's like, okay, it's reasonable. Ah, my bad. Oh, a lot of my summer slips are used down here as well, yeah. For those wondering, 200 alien protein can make 100,000 packaged biofuel. And it burns slower than coal. It'll last a really long time. So, I think it's worth it. I think it's fun more than anything, but it's certainly not as bad as people think. It's not like you have to go out gathering stuff all the time. It's like once every 50 hours, maybe. Kill like 20 animals. Only 100k. Something like that, yeah. About 88. I think it was 200 was 88,000, actually, to be exact. But I made over 100 when I threw in extra wood at the time. We counted it up and it was like, oh my god. Alright, we're here. Let's go above it. That's a 1 meter? Oh yeah. It's full now. Yep. So LB, liquid biofuel export. Would be LB. Bioorganic import. Actually, don't need that. And we don't need that either. The other stations go and get it when they need to. They're not needed. The only drone that will stay here is the fuel one. What happens to the drone if you delete its drone port? Oh, I didn't mean do it mid-transit. It'll delete the drone. You need to let the drone do its delivery. Like, so as soon as you see on the radar it's reached its destination, it's dropped it off, then you can delete it. But yeah, no, if you delete the port while it's mid-air, it doesn't make it there. Yeah, no, I gotta power it. I was gonna move thing here. Alrighty. We go, our little platform. Maybe give some paint to it, or railings and stuff. Don't want people falling in the water.
That is an improvement.
It is an improvement, Ada, actually. Not that you would understand. Oh, sphere over there. Let's get that. Alright, cool. Oh, you have no ammo. Do I have a bar? Yeah, I do. Just more fuel for the factory, you know? This is the bioorganic imports. Just dump that stuff in there. That's not outgoing. Incoming. Keys. Does that not work? No, I guess. Okay. I wouldn't obviously normally do this. I'm just trying to offload this so I don't have any other buffer places to drop it. Oh. Oh my god, I've got loads on me. Alright. Cool, there they are. The interesting thing with these is they're remote viewing storage containers. Sometimes, something I'm planning on doing is just building these in different places so that if I'm not there, I can just check the inventory of stuff. I think it's kind of cool. Can't do that with storage containers. You don't see it with truck stations or train stations. For some reason, you see what's in the inventory of this. The only thing is it's bugged. It's supposed to say outgoing when it says incoming, but it doesn't matter. it just visually, UI-wise, it's bugged. It's in the wrong category, but it is in the correct category when you look at it. But it's pretty cool. You get to see how much you got. Mercies respawn now? No, I just don't think I'd ever gotten that one. Every time I start in the rocky desert and I try to get to the underground quartz, I go insane trying to find it. I think it's pretty easy to find because you work from here. Where is it? Yeah, so there's a hard drive here and there's a big lake. If you cross the lake, I believe this is the entrance. This little crevice thing here. Sure, that's the entrance. It's just straight west from the kind of lake. As it the river or whatever, as it funnels into this area. I think so, anyway. So, right. That's the the drone ports set up. We still need one more. I don't know why I put the fencing around it, because we do need one other one, which is distributing the fuel. So this would be the rocket fuel will come in and fuel the other drones when they get here. You could do that in the other factories, I guess, but it's still good to have one here, I think. Actually, it might not be necessary thinking about it. This is taking stuff in, but that's just coming from me. So I'll be given the drone fuel. And I don't care about getting it back. And then the one that's delivering to other places, the other factories control that one. So yeah, I don't think we need the fuel here. 2 ports is probably fine. The other factories will need the fuel. I think so. So we can add one in right now if we want to try and replace this. What I would have to do is make some rocket fuel. Like a container's worth. Tell you what, we'll go down. I'll grab my summer sloops. So that we can just duplicate some rocket fuel. We have some in excess, so we'll just send that into a packager. We'll manually craft, semi-automatically craft it. And then, yeah, we'll be able to just fuel all these guys with liquid biofuel, I guess. And future trucks and stuff will be able to run on all that. Oh yeah, there it is. Made 3. Okay. And then we'll head back up and we'll check on the see if our aluminum has worked, the test. Now, actually, another thing, while I'm here, trying to get all my little odds and ends done. We don't have portable miners being automated. Now that we're building drones, they require them, so let's sort that out. This is my iron factory. In here, we make rods and plates. Should just be able to pull a few out into a little assembler and make some. was gonna say, I don't remember putting that in here, but I guess I did. Right, so we have 80 plates per minute, 192 rods per minute. They don't go anywhere. Oh, it's tempting to build on this space, but we'll go upstairs. Build it in the factory proper. Right. This could be a good spot for it. Perfect spot for it. We have an overflow of rods and an overflow of plates going into an awesome sink. I might shift this down somewhere. We'll just build one little assembler that does... Do I even have this recipe, actually? Let me see. Yes. Ah, it's steel pipe. Oh, right. Damn. But it was rods and plates. That's because it's an alternate, right? Steel pipe. This place has an excess of ingots, I think, although I think I may have upgraded the factory to use them all. Yeah. They used to be this, but then I turned them into smart plating. Those 5 spider remains will go on to make 4,000 biofuel. There you go. Yeah, hell yeah. Worth it. So, this steel factory, I don't think I deliver the steel anywhere from here anymore. I know you can do it all from iron, so it's like, yeah, just find one iron node and build it, right? Yeah, iron ingot to iron pipe. Might just do that, I guess. Probably easiest. Affecting anything existing. Alright. Wrong thing. Yeah, let's go touch one of those impure nodes way out in the distance. At the edge of the map. This music. What else could I put on? Bear with me one sec. You're not gonna build radar towers? Yeah, I think we only just unlocked them. I just haven't done it yet. What do they need? Oh yeah, we have everything. Should do it. I'll do it soon. Pop one in each biome. And then I could find any of those spheres I might be missing. Time is it? Oh, I've only got a little bit more time left. I'll be back next week though, and we'll be, I guess, continue the aluminum. We'll start doing the actual aluminum smelting. I'm really happy with everything we did today though. Increased, like, yesterday I wasn't that happy with it. I don't know why. But the volume increases in that factory was huge. Should check the power actually and see how much it's gone up now that so much more is active. Although we brought a lot of machines down in the other place, so it might balance out. Yeah, yesterday I wrote down 27,700 is what we were averaging. Looks like about 30,000 now. So not that big of an increase, but a bit of an increase. Does anyone else go deaf with the commercials? Someone said that yesterday. I don't know if it was you, but people said that. It's like, oh, you're like when the ads come on, they're so loud, and it was like obviously I can't do anything about that. But people, I guess I'm quiet. If I show you what I'm seeing, I guess this is a bit of a pain, right? So let's see if I just show you the side of it. I could do that. There we go. So you can just see, hopefully, you know, the audio levels here. So obviously the game audio is desktop audio, and then my voice is here. It's like you're not supposed to go into the red, so I would have thought like, okay, I'm pretty up there. I think. Now I do speak softly a lot of the time, but I could boost the game and stuff, you know. At certain points when you're in and around factories, it gets very loud. You know, or whatever. I can't read. I'd have to build something here, like, to show you an example. So to me, it's like, yeah, keep that kind of low. I don't know. What about fueling the drones? Did you want to create a third port? No, because I think I don't need to. Sorry if I answered that already, but I realized that the other drones will be flying to that place to collect their biofuel, to resupply themselves. So they'll be the ones that need the fuel. No, it's fine. It is super loud. The ads. YouTube just makes ads really loud. I'm here for the music. I'm half here for the music. Nice. It's by Rifty Beats, by the way. Shout out to him. It is okay for me. I don't pay for YouTube. It is part of the experience. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't want anyone to have a bad experience or like a jarring. Especially with my streams, people are like, oh, so chill. I fall asleep. And then it's to have an ad hit you and like scream in your ear about Uber Eats or something. I don't know. Like, I'd rather avoid that. But I can't turn off ads or anything, so I can't do anything about it. Other than just making myself way louder somehow, artificially. So I'm like breaking the gain constantly. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the iron. Thanks. I went too far, I think, did I? If only I had some sort of radar tower. Was it lying to me earlier? Oh no, it's down here. Okay. Like, have I not claimed these? So it's down there. Okay, got it. Oh, my legs. Speaking of music, it's a bit loud actually. Okay. No, never. I gotta place it down and place it perfectly. That's a disgrace. That. Who designed that? That's the one miner that's feeding all my trucks right now. It's clocked really low to keep it running. I know I'm standing on one here, but let's just tap this one. We're good? Good. All right. So we need to smelt it first. Let's see. I'm gonna make just an extremely low volume. But... What are you making? I stepped out for a bit. We're making the automated miner. The steel pipe, iron plate, 4 and 4, so equal parts of both. Okay. Make it using whatever this is. 120 iron ore. 4 smelters. Wait, just click. Try to give it some sort of color. And if we set this one, all the others will be set. I know, I'm a disgrace. Didn't allow that. But alright, hang on. Let's just see. Can I put the miner on another tile app? Yes. Okay. No, we're not expanding to obelisks and stuff like that. We're just keeping it really simple, just one very small thing, and then we're going back to check on the aluminum, and then after that, that is it for today. But in the next one, we could do that. Make the gas mask, the hazmat suit filters. It'd be good to do both at the same time, and make some weapons. We could do a weapons factory. So weapons and ammo, and well, ammunition plus filters. You know, that'd be good. Get that sorted. There for a second. Right, so now we should not have grass poking through. Wait. Could just bring power over here and just hover. Wait. Feel so bad for that tree. It's just definitely gonna have to go. Okay, so going again. Sure, why not? We don't even need this much, but it's just like, I don't know, why not? Not that big of a problem. Okay, that's our smelting done. 36912, 120 ingots per minute. Does anyone have any tips on how to get trains from a low spot on the map to a high spot in a relatively short distance? Is spirals the only option? As far as I know, yeah. I don't know if it... I guess a zigzag could work, but you'd have to make such a sharp turn. It just makes... I mean, you can do it in a sharper turn if you just use spirals, I guess. I keep your videos much louder than most of those I watch, so the ads are much louder as a result of that. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, so that means that I must be quiet compared to other people, right? I did have that. I remember when I worked at Creative Assembly years ago, he was like, you render your videos so quiet. I always have to turn up the volume. I don't know, I just feel like I'm at the peak level, like I can't go much higher, so I don't really get it. But I've had that feedback a few times. But when I put all my videos on like my TV or something, and then I play into some other video, I'm like, sounds fine to me. So we need constructors, I guess. Let's see pretty quickly what they take. So it's going to be the iron pipe. You need 100 per minute. And how much would you do if you're doing iron plates? 20, right? So 30 in, 20 out. We need the numbers to match if we can. So maybe 2 of these and 2 of those. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Want to do 20, you would need 80 ingots. Okay, that's fine then. Alright, so 80 ingots in, 20 pipe out. This will be 20 iron plate. Sure. Thank you, Claire. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Becoming a channel member. I use the polyester resin to automate filters. Yeah, we'll have to do that. And we need. Don't you need coal as well? I think. Alright, so this will be the actual portable miners themselves. Automated miner. That's weird. Automated miner. Portable. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So 4 and 4. And we're doing 20. So you need 5 of these if you want to use everything. That's funny. How much would this be? 10 and 10? Yeah, I'll just build 2 of these with maxed overclock. I don't care about the power thing, it's fine. That kind of ruins this a bit. Oh yeah, I'd have to go up and over then. Alright, I'll just underclock it. Obviously 4 per minute is totally fine. Just no need for all these smelters then, basically. So, you only need to do 4. Thanks very much. In. And you need to do 4. You're 6 in. We'll say that you're 6. Why not? And you are 16 divided by 3. 5.333. I want to hear no complaints about this. I know it's weird. Alright, there we go. Done. You really don't need more than... Yeah, no, totally, yeah. Have you tried squat conveyor lifts? I'm not going to bother doing that now. It's okay. I'm just trying to get it done quick. It's like, oh yeah, 20 per minute, 4 per minute, 1 per minute. Oh, what does it matter? I just thought I would work with the miner that we had. So that's 16 plus 6, right? Something? Yeah. We just... Is it really just 22? Okay. Should have used the impure node then, definitely. In future we might do something else with it. Now, need a dimensional depot and a storage container, and I would even like an
an awesome sink, so let's get that going too. Although an awesome sink at such low volume will just turn on and off, so there's no need for it. If you go under, I think it's 15 per minute with an awesome sink, it'll just turn, like the power will go on and then go off. So if that's the problem, then you might as well just let it back up. Alright. There we go. Done. Again, just to say that we did something with this place, we could put some railing around it or something. Just make it look a little bit better. What do we have over there? We have this little thing. That's fine. I don't know about that bit. Oh, it doesn't do the ramp thing. Okay. There we go. That one's fine. Leave it the way it is. Okay, cool. Here we go. Little area. 6 per minute. And this is a manifold, is it? Okay, let's just speed that up. Set it back down to 22 in a minute. Anyway, then you can underclock the miner as well, or you can move the extra iron at a later stage. Yeah, I'll use the extra iron in the future. Well, I don't know if I will, but if I'm down here again and I need some, there's no problem with just pulling it straight out and going somewhere else with it. Love your videos and streams. Thanks, Claire. Still catching up on the live streams, but saw you were live, so thought I'd say hi. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Really means a lot, so thank you. People who give any kind of membership, it's like worth like over 1,000 views, so really appreciate it. And it just kind of means a lot. Have you at almost 100% volume? Must be an output thing. I'll look into it then. If I keep getting that feedback, I'll look into it. And hello? Hi. And how long does these take? Oh, there we go. I don't know why I'm waiting. I just need to see it, you know? I need to see it happen. And then I can leave this place forever. I should put down a little marker, actually, about what it is. Oh, I'm doing 10 per minute. I forgot to leave this at what it was, which was 4. There we go. They're black. Interesting. I would have thought they'd be like orange or whatever, like the default Satisfactory colors. There we are. That's the first one. Nice. We were there for it. Okay. Give that a color. Decent blue trim. Because it's like iron. Iron I often use just like blue. That's like me yellow though, that's fine. Alright, I'll just clock this back down. Eventually everything will work. So it was 22, I want to say. 16 plus 6. Double check that. 5.33, that's full. This is almost full. 32. Cool. Alright, GG. So let's just mark that as our little portable miner production. Subcategory production. It's not a factory, it's just like a little production chain. Pioneer symbol. Give it that little blue color that we just gave it. And it just always do that, man. Almost everything in the game, the yes is on the right, and then just for this, it's on the left. I think so, anyway. That's my fault. What is it called? Portable miner. Oh my god, tab doesn't work either. Okay. I do have a radar tower, apparently. Almost did it again. Almost clicked it again. Right, so trains. That's strange. I'm not seeing the category. Production, subcategory. Not appearing. Drone ports, players, other. Radar towers, da 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 da. Oh, sorry, I guess I'm blocking it, but yeah, weird. Do I not have categories in this? Oh, maybe I just never gave anything. Steel Foundry, that's a factory. Alright, put out, go back in. No? My other save has it, like, I've categorized everything, you know? And it's totally fine. It's really nice, actually, because you can just, like, highlight all your, whatever the category is, if you want. Shows you those things on the map. It's under map markers? Oh, is it? Oh, right, okay, cool, thank you. Oh, yeah, I guess I just have that expanded by default. Oh my god, I looked like, I guess I haven't categorized any of these things. Aluminum? Giant factory, really. That is, oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, then I've got extraction. Iron extraction. 2. Silicon factory. I won't do this now, but I'll try to make sure I catch that in between streams. Again, it's all these little things to catch up on. Thanks for the heads up. Wouldn't have found it. I thought map mark. God, I can't speak. I'm losing my mind. Need to eat. I thought map markers were like the stamps, basically. Things like that that you could optionally turn on or off. Right, so automated wiring's done, or automated portable miners are now done, finally. Never have to worry about it again. So next thing is just going back to the aluminum test to see if it backed up or if it worked. If it backed up, we have more problems to deal with next week. We'll figure it out. On the way there, though, we should have just a quick look at how things are going in the other factories, I guess. That we did today. So a bit of a summary of what we were doing today, basically. So in the copper Caterium factory that was built in update 8, it was built with Mark 3 belts, but with Mark 5 belts in mind. We just recently unlocked that. So finally today we've been able to, and then we had to get more power. Couldn't also run it. But now we have the power and we have the belts, almost. I don't have it automated fully yet. The aluminum plant is under development, but I was able to get enough to upgrade some of the belts so that some of our production chains can be increased immediately. That's what we did. So we upgraded all of the copper nodes that are out there on that map that we just looked at. Means the trucks are now delivering and they have more than they need, which is great. I was just worried that by now it would have run out, but it hasn't. So the top belt has what it needs, although it's glitching like crazy. That's great. So they're full. The bottom one's empty on purpose. That's okay. Doing that meant we can now feed all of the Caterium on the left side, but these are all just getting backed up because we don't use it all yet, which is okay. Good problem to have, but it would be nice to get it free-flowing and running correctly. But yeah, we've got ultimately more than we need, so all of the Caterium is flowing up this way. To upstairs. Checking the volume feedback. Okay, I'll look into it. See what I can do. Whoop. I mean, I can increase it, but I want to make sure it's not clipping, because when I go into the red, it cuts off. So it's like, okay, there's something else that I need to figure out. But I'll look into it. I might steadily increase it so it's not a shock for people in the playlist going from one video to the next. Which would be funny. Anyway, so this place is kind of under development still. But this was the line that we worked on today, getting it to 780 per minute. And I ain't seen no gaps. Oh, worst timing ever, huh? There is a gap then. So there's some sort of little issue with this that we'll have to work out. We actually used a priority merger on it, but yeah, we've got gaps. Okay, well, I'll work it out. We've obviously got the Caterium, and I'm assuming we have the copper. We could check the copper coming in. Oh yeah, maybe the copper's a bit low. Maybe. It should be 487.5, so it should have gaps on a Mark IV belt, 480. But I don't know. You know, we have to check it and see what's really going on. These are looking like they're going down, but they're going up. It's just experimental bugs. They're Mark IV all the way down. I don't know, they look like they're fine actually if they're getting backed up. And this is kind of, it could be the other line that we were talking about. So this, a little bit is added on to this. The only thing I never checked was, if I just go upstairs really quickly, it would be good to know, like, how much are these making? This is fused quick wire. Fused quick wire, 90 per minute. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 on a belt. 8 times 90 is 720. So we just need 60 being merged onto this to get to the 780 we require. And the 60 should be coming from here. Goes from a Mark III to a Mark II and a Mark I belt for some reason. But okay, so yeah, I wonder why. So maybe then upstairs isn't not all running at 100%. We'll just check those just super quick. Means maybe not enough copper is coming in for some reason. We'll have to look into why. There's obviously enough ore in the factory, but maybe something else. Their belt hasn't been upgraded or something. So it's, oh, there was already a hole. There's a line. This line here. So that's full. You can't even get out. 90 per minute. Yeah, Mark II. Really? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong ones. It's these ones. Okay. So you're at 100. Ah, 94. Not enough copper. Okay. There's your problem. Let me just trace that belt back and see what's going on. So it's this one. It's Mark IV. It looks like I upgraded the wrong belt. Wait a sec, what? Oh. Oh yeah, I upgraded the wrong belt. Oh, okay. That's not so bad. Yeah, I think I just assumed they were being fed from one side, but they're not. It is a, yeah, dual kind of system thing. Oh, there. Okay, that's fine. Fine. So we'll just start here and just work our way back, and then that'll be that done. We'll check back in on it next week. The icon was the default icon, was it? Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for the lag. Something happens in this place, apparently. Definitely this one, right? Yep. Okay. So we improved the... Yeah, that's so funny. We went all the way back building up the other one to Mark V, but it just clearly it was the wrong belt. I did the one on top. Do I have the inventory for this? Yeah, okay. And we already fixed the refineries to make sure that they work at this speed, so it should be fine. Because it's the same group in block. Okay. I suspect YouTube increases the commercials on purpose. The volume? Why would it do that though? Oh, I guess maybe, but like, I don't know. That seems a bit... Although you're probably right. I don't know. I like to think not. I hope not, but maybe they do. I already upgraded these. They're fine. Did them all. We just have to go downstairs now. Alright, so this is the one. So we did M2. Did we? Thought I did. Maybe I never did this bit. Anyway. 3 buildings. Broken. Alright, so make this a 5 all the way down. These aren't even connected. Okay. You love to see it. That's severely under supplied then. If I've chosen the right belt anyway. Good morning. Just wanted to say I appreciate your videos, man. Keep it up. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that. Yeah, laws replaced on official TV broadcasters. No laws replaced on YouTube or Twitch in the US to manage their ad sound levels. Any company with a loud ad I don't trust. Muted immediately. That's fair enough. I have YouTube Premium, so I haven't had ads on YouTube in a long time, so I guess I wouldn't know if the volume is increased. But saying that, we're watching The Sopranos. We've never seen it before. And we pay for something anyway. Now TV, I think, or something. And there is ads on that. And the ads are way louder than the TV. So I guess it might be a thing. And it's an Uber Eats ad. I'm so used to it now. It's like an intense moment in Sopranos, and then it just cuts to like a bowl of ramen sizzling like so loud, and the guy's like, "Leave the hassle at home. Uber Eats." And it's like, great, thanks. Alright, I'll just double check that that's correct though. That's M. Yep. I'm surprised that this was supposed to be faster, I think, and I just didn't upgrade this bit, maybe? But also, it hasn't been fully hooked up anyway. But it doesn't matter. We'll do that some other time. I just wondered, did I do the wrong belt again? Shout out to Uber Eats for sponsoring the stream, by the way. Not that group. We don't care about that group. That was the copper sheets we did today, which is fine. It'd be that one right there. Because there's only 4 in that case, and they don't go all the way up. It's the ones above that go all the way up. Not there, but in here. Yeah. Well, presumably that's it. So we'll leave it and check it later, or check it next week. We'll have to. We'll be in here upgrading all the time, especially once we get our aluminum factory done. We can pave it with concrete and finish this place off. Just hope I didn't make any mistakes. I think I covered it okay. I don't like seeing it like hitching like that. Not that it's a problem, it's just that it should be making as much as it's consuming. But I guess it was backed up for a bit, so it's oversupplying now, which is, you know, okay. It's tempting just to let it take in a bit more now. It's a shame they're reversed as well. It just keeps looks like it's falling down. Like these are falling down, but they're actually going up. Anyway, so yeah, we'll leave it. It'll take obviously a long while for the manifold to take effect and everything, but I will be keeping an eye on that for sure. It's just the first 8 machines we care about. Right, on to the aluminum factory. And I can go eat something. I'm pretty hungry. 9 p.m. I had ramen, a pack of instant noodles at 11. Nothing since then. Next thing we know, we build a billboard on the side of the factory that says Uber Eats. That would be funny. Hey man, I got nothing against Uber Eats. It's just the ad. That in my, after hearing it like 50 times, I'm like, okay, like you're making me not want to use your service. Actually, it's like. The autosave. Paying for TV services and still having to watch ads should be illegal. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Because we just got Now TV, which is like basically the HBO in the UK, and it was to watch Sopranos, and I was like cool with it. But Rosie just bought it, and I guess there's a tier to it, so it's like if you get the higher tier, like there's no ads. Like honestly, if I'd known, I just would have got that because it is pretty intrusive. But fine the way it is, I guess. But yeah, I can't stand it. I don't get ads on anything else. I don't really watch anything else though. Just YouTube, so that's why yeah. Like I don't have I was talking about this yesterday. I don't even have like, I play PlayStation a lot. I don't even have PlayStation Plus. I don't have Xbox Game Pass. We did just get Netflix just the other day. Because we wanted to watch, like we didn't have it for maybe 6 months I'd say. And then we just got it yesterday, 2 days ago. To watch Love on the Spectrum. It's a really good show. I love that show. But anyway, so we're watching that at the moment. So now we've got 2 sub-services going. Gotta wrap up one for the other. But yeah, other than that though, I don't have any other services. Not that I can think of. I mean, for my job I do. My business has like Adobe. And Microsoft Office. I guess that's the only 2. Alright, moment of truth. I'm seeing green lights there, guys. This is looking good. Although... no. It's the green lights on the control. The one that hasn't changed is actually on. But so is the one behind it. So that's good. They're both still working. Let's see if they're accumulating water. Nothing in this one. Nothing in this one. Good. So totally good on this side. 100%. This is the control one, right? We just ran this. And I said, like I said, it could take an hour before you even see a problem. But so far, so good. Surprisingly low on water on that one, too. No water accumulating here. So it's just a mystery. Who knows? Who the hell knows? Needs to run for longer, I guess, to really, really know for sure. Because it's inconclusive. I would say the test is then inconclusive. Our control hasn't failed yet. The control that we know fails. Like, these are the controls on, they failed. So it's like, okay, they're all built the same. And we've seen it where they all fail in a line. So to see no changes made to it and it's still working, it's like, well, that's not helpful. It must need a very long time. Or maybe when we load in the game or something, it does something. That could be the case. Pipes are finicky. But at least we're not seeing any water build up, so that's a good sign. Ultimately, I don't care if it just works, but I can't have that where it's like it works sometimes. This is our unknown. This is the one we did where we had the specified values on the valves. These are also still working, so let's see if they've backed up. Nope. So all of our... The no change is working. The specific valve numbers is working, and also the horizontal pipe, like not having the pipes go up or down, is working. So great. We need to leave it for longer, so we'll have to just be back next week and just see, as we're doing some cosmetics here, maybe just keep an eye on it, see if it eventually backs up. My theory is, you know, it must take until like all the pipes get completely like backed up, and then eventually like a little spillage happens and prevents the recycled water coming in. It must be something like that, because that's why it takes so long. It must be some tiny rounding error, effectively. Oh, this was a cute show. Yeah, I love it. It's such a good show. The people are like so nice. Anyway, is that the same update map from earlier? I had to step away from a bit. Yep. All right, well, that's going to be it for me today. I'll just save this as this was stream number 11 on this world. Like I mentioned, Desert series will be back, hopefully at the weekend. Hopefully Saturday, I think. It's normally not a good idea to release on Saturdays. At least that's what YouTube tells me. Better for Sunday, more people are at home watching stuff. Apparently people have lives or something on Saturdays. 3,000 ads blocked. Yeah, I don't believe in ad blockers. I mean, I don't preach you should do one or the other. It's fine, but I don't like it. I find it kind of unethical, but most people don't care, right? So it's not a judgment on anybody. But I leave it on the way it is. If ads are too much, I either pay or I don't use it. That's just the way it is. Will you upload it sometime? Upload what? The video? Well, it's not done yet, but I think it'll be done on Saturday. The next one. So the next one is about doing that factory. I showed it yesterday a little bit. God, this world runs so much smoother. It's like so good. It's like butter. The stream safe? Oh yeah, no, I will. Yep. I just wanted to show this really quickly because people were looking into the... Oh, I don't have a hover pack yet. Yeah, people were wondering about the liquid biofuel factory. So this is the one I built, my most modern one, and the one that probably looks and works the best. We just have our container here that we throw things into. So we've got a little bit now, actually. We'll just throw some stuff into it. Works its way down, and then there's 16 constructors. So the slugs are here to make power shards. The next one over is like anything that makes protein. So hog remains, hatcher, spitter, etc. And then the final one is wood, leaves, and mycelia, and also the alien protein. So anything that gets made into biomass goes there. So you just drop your little thing in here. Look at me. It's so good. You just drop your little thing in here, any bioorganic material. That works its way into all these different containers, because I learned like everything keeps getting backed up in my world, but now everything has its own container. So if the machines are busy processing, they've at least got a full storage container each to hold underneath. So it takes a lot. Anyway. But you could still fill it up, I guess, if you had tons of wood or something. This place is stalled right now because, like I said, we threw 200-ish remains in. Then it got completely backed up with liquid biofuel. That's our little one water extractor that just helps make the liquid biofuel itself out of the solid biofuel. Solid biofuel will be here. That goes upstairs along with the pipe. A little bit of water. And the nice thing is, it's like when it's running, you just check here. It's like, oh yeah, like everything's working. You can see the thing rising up, but there's just nowhere for it to go anymore. So our one refinery. So the whole point is like everything's been slooped all the way. So everything gets doubled all the time. So you throw in, I don't know, what is it? Remains, right? So you get twice as many protein out for what you put in. Then you get twice as much biomass out. Then you get twice as much solid biofuel from that. And then you get twice as much liquid biofuel. So it's 4 layers of like doubling. Power 4, I guess. I think. I don't know. I'm not good at math. And then it makes its way into the packager. And we've got a little setup here, just doing like a bit of iron and concrete to make the canisters. But yeah, so basically I built, what was it? 16 containers. And with 200, I think it was 200 alien protein or hog remain, 200 remains. Plus, I don't know, maybe 2,000 wood and some leaves. Just filled up all of these. And that was it. So now in the next video, we're going to be using, for the first time, finally hooking up. I mean, actually, we do drive some of this fuel into another factory, but not much. It's like 1 per hour, probably. But it's going to go over to that, like, Color D factory over there and supply 6 trucks. So it'll start getting used a bit more, hopefully run a bit better. But then in the future, the idea is like, yeah, 3 drone ports again, or maybe just 2, now that I've worked out that we only need 2. And these are positioned such that that's where it'll come out. It'll go from there, and it'll go from there. So the one that's dropping in will go into that place. The one that's coming out will come out of this one. So just go back both up here. So that should be good. Exponential growth, indeed. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I just thought I would show it because people were interested about liquid biofuel. This is my best one yet. Someone suggested like, oh, like one other thing this could do is you could have a switch down there to change it from when the alien protein's like full and the factory's full, and if you throw in more, it just turns it into DNA points. I would like to amend it with that. And then someone was also suggesting you could build an annex where liquid biofuel works in biomass burners. So you could have a little section of like 20 biomass burners or something. And it's just like, look, if power goes down, this kicks in and burns and activates and gives you power then. I mean, you could do it in fuel generators, I suppose. Actually, when fuel generators burn either way. But biomass generators would only take it in when they need it, which would be cool. So it would be automated. So yeah, those would be the 2 things I would maybe amend it with. You build like this? Well, I've had a lot of hours in the game. I've built a lot worse than this for a long time. That's my 3rd version of the same factory, so you learn mistakes over time. This one I was talking about yesterday, I'm like, oh, I don't know about the look of this. It's really weird. It's like an art gallery or something. I think I decided last night, like, I'm gonna change how it looks, like cover it up. Inside, I'll probably leave it the way it is, but outside, I'll probably just put walls and stuff on it like normal. But inside, I actually still think it looks cool, so I'll probably keep the inside just fine. So trucks are going to basically come in here and pull into each one of their lanes. They should avoid each other a lot better that way. That's the theory. And I've got my new little elevator area down here then, so we'll hook up all of that. But yeah, looking forward to this. Now these walls will change also. The middle will always have that pattern, but the other ones will be all different. Give it a bit of variety. But I'm looking forward to this one. This will be a little preview for the next video. I already built most of this in the video previously. But in the next one, which I'll be recording tomorrow, basically, I'll be like, you know, turning it on, driving the routes, finalizing it. It makes adaptive control units among some other things. And then we'll be advancing the space elevator to complete phase 3. So that'll be that. And speaking of the map earlier, my map now, I've got all my lovely little layers. Factory, so all the factories, all the logistics stuff, power, production, little mini production areas. Logistics and Spire Stream are in different things. They might be worth putting in the same category, actually. But basically, I'm building in the desert almost entirely, so oil comes in from here along a giant pipeline. So if you're interested, if anyone's interested in this, go check it out on my YouTube. It's the Desert series. It's also really beginner friendly. Teaches you how to do everything here. And how I planned it. And then it gets progressively faster as the series goes, showing less and less, which some people are debating whether it's a good thing or not. But the idea is that, like, if you've seen me do something a few times, then you don't really need to see me do it again. I had some temporary stuff going on here. What was I making? Crystal oscillators, yeah. But normally we just have this like little area we can go into as well. I want to build this up and add shelves and stuff, because they've added shelves in 1.1. And put on our little music and add shelves in here instead of stacking like little containers full of stuff. Put all our power shards in one place. I like that area. Anyway, that's it. Alright, that's gonna be it for me. I appreciate that, Indara. Trying to find my blueprints. Easy peasy. I'll just mention that one last thing as well before I go. Of course, if you want anything I build is usually available in blueprint form. If you go to whatdarrenplays/satisfactory, takes you here to this Google Drive where it'll say active and old. So go into the active series because it's still ongoing. Video series, right? Because it's video is not live stream. Or if you want the live stream ones, you can get those too. The Desert Oasis. Then you've got blueprints. And then my blueprints. And then this is it. So they're in all of these categories. I'm probably going to build or create a category here that just says all blueprints. So that you can either see how I organized it. Because unfortunately, you can't copy these in. There's nothing in undefined. But in roads, you can't just copy like these folders in. And it loads. What you have to do is go into every folder, copy these, and put them in your master. And then organize it if you want. Basically, I used to just give everyone a big long list. And they were like, oh, I wish you would show us how they're organized. So it's like, now I show you how they're organized. But it means that you have to go in and find each one. So I know it's a bit of a pain. But I'll do both. This will stay this way so you can see it. But then also there'll be a mega folder that you can just grab everything if you want. All my colors that I use are in here too. So if you want them, that's where they are. The hex codes and where they were first used. Then there's the how to install blueprints. So if you've never done it before, it looks intimidating. It's just because if you're on Linux, it's different. But most of it's pretty straightforward, really. And yeah, so this matches. So it's like undefined road infrastructure machines. So inside road infrastructure, we have narrow road edition. So it's like in my blueprint folder, we have road infrastructure, narrow road additions. You know, this is the categories I was talking about, and that's how you see where things were put. This is mid-episode right now, so I haven't organized these yet. But these are blueprints I was doing for that place. So that's it. Oh, no worries. Happy to do it. Use your blueprints. Thank you. Awesome. Great to hear. Fun and artsy. Yeah, it's different, at least that factory. It's like an art gallery or something. Alrighty. Speaking of the credits, let's roll them. That's going to be it for me. Hope you have a good rest of your week and weekend. Thanks for all the support. I do appreciate it. Even just being here as well. Appreciate it a lot, so thank you. And I'll be back on Wednesdays and Thursdays is when I stream. So I'll be back next Wednesday and Thursday to stream again. Other than that, the regular videos will be rolling out. And I'll have some other videos as well coming up soon, which maybe will be interesting. We'll see. Can't say too much until it happens. All right, that'll be it. Good night. Goodbye. See you later.